reliable, comprehensive, and accessible data.
Partout dans le monde et au pays, les gouvernements
Around the world, across country, governments are working together using data to make important decisions and deliver help where it's needed.
Brighter future. We all have a part to play in making that process easier, harnessing the power of data in building back better.
en créant des liens entre des partenaires.
By creating links between partners and by disaggregating data and protecting confidentiality.
Research and service.
Prise de décision éthique.
Ethical decision-making, improving cybersecurity.
Ouverte.
And by improving data literacy.
Et les outils de gestion de l'information.
Together, we can do our part to harness the power of data to improve the lives of Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
Kwe, Binnigan, Gilbert Whiteup, Ninishnakas, Kitigan Zibi Nindon Juba. Kwe, good morning, or for some of you, good afternoon, from my home community of Kitigan Zibi, located on the ancestral unceded lands of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, the nation I am a proud member of. The city of Ottawa, the capital of Canada, is in the heart of our homelands, upon which our ancestors were born, walked, and went to the spirit world. I am honored to be with you today, and I would ask each of you to take a few moments as a minimum to recognize the Indigenous ancestral lands on which you are presently located. Acknowledge for a moment the Indigenous peoples that walked upon these lands and continue to do so today. Acknowledge for a moment all that Indigenous peoples have contributed to this wonderful country called Canada. Let it be known that we continue to share that which the Creator has made us stewards of. Although my opening was recorded, I thought it important to light my smudge as I take a moment to thank Kijimanitu, the Great Spirit, the Great Mystery, for giving us another day to walk in kindness and truth. It is also a time to thank the Creator for our families and all those that we love in the moment that we are living. I send you the mystery of the smudge virtually so that your minds can be clear and free of negative thoughts, free of judgment, and open to understanding that which is difficult to understand. I know that for some of you, my words may not reach you, and you might only see my presence today as accepted protocol currently in place. To have an Indigenous person to open a conference and maybe not close it. That is fine. But I still reach out to you and send my strongest positive energies. For this and all that is good, I say, Kichimigwech, to Kijimanitu, the Great Mystery. The virtual data conference you will be participating in over several days is entitled An Integrated Data Community of Building Back Better. The theme is so fitting as we have been and continue to be in this twilight zone of the pandemic that has struck us with brute force hurricane winds. The hurricane winds have come to uncover painful truths and the enormous gaps in the social and economic fabric of this country. The social and economic gaps of Indigenous, Black, and people of color were exposed for all to see and for individuals to either truly see what was being exposed, maybe just lower their head in shame or just walk away. This is for me a time of reckoning about our collective past, but most importantly, about where do we go from here. I am not a data expert by any means, but my work for my community over the past 47 years has shown me how quality data collected with emerging tools and under accountable governance can have positive impact on growth at all levels. The tools to collect, protect, and then interpret data are some of those key elements that I am sure I do not need to tell you about. Data is indeed in public interest, and therefore the use of data must be ethical. There is no doubt that whether it is done with emerging technologies, these must always have this fit for a meaningful purpose for all, and not just certain segments of the population. Those directly and indirectly connected to enhancing a stronger national statistical system must be guided by a collective purpose which will energize the needed components of sustainable change. Integrating data for building back better, must be founded on building back better from this point on. We all have important work to do, and there is no doubt that meaningful and visionary data is at the foundation of a strong base of social and economic decisions that are and will need to be made. As an Indigenous person of this land, I pray that your work will keep you in the forefront of the purpose of why you're doing it, and not slow down, but build back better. Build back this country so that we are ready for a possible future pandemic. Build back so that we are ready for a possible future hurricane. Indigenous people, Black people, and people of color must form an integral part of what you are doing and not just be an afterthought. These statistical systems must be used to build bridges where gaps exist, not wooden bridges that will not last, but durable bridges built on the values of mutual respect and support that once existed between Indigenous peoples and the settlers that came to these lands. I want to wish you a wonderful conference, and may what you share and learn come to serve all people, but most certainly those most in need, and may you always do your work in honesty, respect, and without regret. May Kishe Manitou, the Great Spirit, keep you grounded and not let ego take over. May you listen from your heart, think from your brain, and develop those important partnerships. Your role with data at all levels is what nourishes change to build back better. The time is now, and I raise my eagle feather in acknowledgement for the work you do with a purpose and with integrity. Kichi Miigwech, and I say Majoshin until I see you again. Aye, aye.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to acknowledge that I am joining you today from the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin Nation. Je suis très heureuse de me joindre à Taki Sarantak.
I'm very happy to join you. I am Takis Sarantakis. Sorry, Katrina Tapley.
Thank IRCC's Chief Data Officer, Umit Kiziltan, and his team for their work in creating this virtual conference. La valeur des données visant
the values of the data for smart programs and the perception of data as a departmental tool have increased in the organizations.
to help strengthen and showcase the capacity and skills of data practitioners. It's also something of a collective high five, a chance to rally organizations and employees around the value of governing, managing, and using data responsibly. The conference theme is an integrated data community for building back better. And following such a challenging year, we need to talk about things getting better and how to better use data to this end. Les données représentent
Data represent a priority for the government. It's a tool, a powerful tool for the public service committed to making decisions based on data.
programs. It can help to drive innovation, challenge biases, and improve decision-making. And it can help us to monitor and adjust these initiatives, measure outcomes, and keep government bodies transparent. So we need to respect the importance of data. To quote the famous detective Sherlock Holmes, "It is a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. Insensibly, one begins to twist facts to suit theories instead of theories to suit facts." The value of data is partly why IRCC is so honored to co-host this conference, to discuss ways to collaborate across government, to use data more strategically, and to make it both more available and user-friendly. Nous y participons également.
We are also participating because IRCC depends on data. Solid data are essential to so many of the work done by departments. Programs for the establishment of new horizons, digital services to understand and predict clients' needs, and to have ambitious programs. Measures to fight racism, exclusion within the public service, and Canadian communities.
Across data communities. For example, under a Memorandum of Understanding with Statistics Canada, IRCC shares data on temporary and permanent residence, citizenship, and settlement services with Statistics Canada. StatsCan uses this data to inform initiatives such as population estimates and projections, and to develop the longitudinal immigration database and other innovative data assets. The use of data is essential to achieve stronger outcomes-based policy development. And because data on health and education can provide a more holistic understanding of how immigrants, refugees, and temporary residents are faring, IRCC has also established agreements with provincial and territorial bodies to develop innovative data assets for policy-relevant research. These have led to valuable initiatives, including a recent analysis of the impact of COVID-19 on immigrants in Ontario. En établissant des partenariats.
By establishing partnerships at the level of the government, we develop policies which are better adjusted and easier to implement. At the present time, such partnerships try to meet two priorities: the recovery following the pandemic and a future more inclusive.
Expanding in government and business. Right now, maybe more than ever, it's woven into our everyday lives. We get up, we check the weather, then we check the local COVID-19 case counts. And we think about who's in our bubble. And we pay attention to data presented by public officials who provide evidence-based insight that is saving lives and driving our public health responses and economic plans. At the same time, we're also using data and addressing disaggregated data gaps to address other government priority, the social and health concerns of racialized communities, and the need to foster greater inclusion, equity, and positive outcomes for all Canadians. All of this is easier said than done, and in many ways, the public service is only on the cusp of developing the systems, governance, and frameworks to truly harness the potential of data. Making strides in this regard will be foundational to keep government current to the pace of change we see all around us. This is why this conference is so important. It will help us all reflect on how quality data supports the public good and the importance of data literacy at all levels. I'm confident it will also promote an open and horizontal approach to connecting diverse data communities. And I hope it will empower all of you who manage and use data so we can continue to employ it to design better evidence-based policy and programs to help all Canadians. Je vous souhaite une formidable conférence.
I wish you a very good conference, and I'm now going to give the floor to Takis Arantakis.
I would like to welcome you to the 2021 Data Conference of the Government of Canada. This is the 5th time the Government of Canada is hosting a data conference, and we today have over 4,000 people in attendance. And that speaks to not only the importance of data going forward in the public service, but also speaks to the fact that people are starting to understand the importance of data. There isn't anything going forward in the Government of Canada, whether that's program delivery, policy design, regulatory affairs. There isn't anything going forward that won't in one way or another become data infused. So it's incumbent on all of us as public servants to make sure that we are as data literate as we can be in today's very dynamic world. I would like to thank our dear colleagues at IRCC for being our co-hosts this year. I would like to thank all of the employees at the Canada School of Public Service that have worked really, really hard to give you good programming for these next couple of days. With that, I would like to turn it over now to a dear friend of the Canada School of Public Service, a dear friend of data, and a dear personal friend of mine, Anil Arora. I can't think of anybody better to give us the opening remarks for this conference. Anil.
Thank you, Elder White Duck, for blessing this virtual conference on the unceded territory of the Algonquin people. Merci aussi à Catherine.
Thank you also to Katrina Tapley and Takis Arantakis for this introduction, as well as to the departments and all those who helped organize this impressive conference.
It's unfortunate that he couldn't join us. I know that every one of us wishes him a speedy and a full recovery. Mr. Shugart extends his thanks to everyone joining us here today for this conference. So how did we get to where we are? It wasn't that long ago that we released the data strategy for the federal public service and launched the GC Data Conference. Since then, over 40 departments have written their own data strategies, and that too in such short order. We built the guidelines and support tools for an enterprise-wide data strategy for every department and agency. And we've come a long way in a short while and significantly enhanced our capacity to manage data effectively right across the federal public service. La communauté des données du gouvernement.
The data community in Canada is an example of the progress that has been made. We have a community of practice which allows us to undertake these activities in the field of data, and we use that to communicate throughout the government at every level and in every field. We have the DG community responsible for data, and they are responsible for data. They work through interministerial groups where they can discuss strategic questions. And we have the Science Network for the public service. And in this group, people can improve their training. We also have best practices and innovative projects to help the government to develop as much as possible. And this is a new source of data.
Membership increasing in numbers and in prominence. Most departments and agencies now have chief data officers. More data require effective data management and leadership. Chief data officers are taking their place alongside heads of finance and heads of HR. The insight that we now routinely glean from data guide not only deputy heads and ministers, but the whole of government and beyond to the private sector and civil society, where they touch the lives of all Canadians and to make them better. I'd like to commend you and your colleagues for putting form and for driving value from our data strategy. So how has the pandemic accelerated all our work? As soon as the first wave of the pandemic hit our country, data went from a nice-to-have asset to a must-have decision support tool. So let me share with you a couple of excerpts from the Global Governance Forum periodical. And I quote, "Around the world, government officials have moved at breakneck speed to reform business processes and launch new services, adapting the systems governing activities such as policy development, budgeting, and project management, while embracing the culture change required to work from home, engage with new partners, and roll out innovative ideas. Civil servants from around the world are exploring how governments can pursue life event strategies, putting citizens rather than departments at the center of service delivery through the use of digital technologies and organizational reforms. En fait, l'exploitation..."
In fact, the quick exploitation of the power of data has become essential to this mission. The pandemic has had repercussions on all communities. Our colleagues throughout the federal government knew that we needed data to handle the situation. In truth, presented frankly, is that the repercussions of the pandemic have been uneven within the Canadian population. In fact, marginalized people have been disproportionately affected. The consequences have been enormous for refugees and the people living in Canada. It's been worse for women than for men. And it's been harder for seniors than for the rest of the population. We need disaggregated data, quality data, to better answer the needs of these groups that need the most help.
A large focus on disaggregated data and analysis. 44 reference to it, in fact. To build back better, our response and recovery efforts must benefit everyone. Disaggregated data can help make our workforce more diverse and more inclusive, and our ability to serve Canadians better. We must face the reality of systemic racism, that the way we look at and do things are embedded in unconscious biases that shape the culture of our institutions. These unconscious biases affect people. They diminish the potential of our fellow public servants, and they limit their advancement, denying us, and in turn Canadians, of the benefits of their full experience and potential. Some of this change will be personal, some will be cultural. All of it should be informed by good data and evidence. In 2020, for the first time, we broke these data down further into categories such as Black or South Asian or people with visual impairments and so on. That gave us a clearer picture of our workforce. It helped us learn, for example, that visible minorities are underrepresented in certain occupations, and Indigenous employees and people with disabilities are underrepresented at the executive levels. The Government of Canada reports on the demographics of our public service according to 4 employment equity groups: women, Indigenous people, members of visible minorities, and persons with disabilities. OCO is releasing even more disaggregated data now to better help us address gaps in hiring and retention and in promotions. I encourage all of us to continue developing data-driven strategies and building even greater capacity in our respective organizations. So let me give you a few examples. The measures to strengthen our commitment to privacy, such as ISED-led Canada's digital charter, they're making a difference. Trust in government has increased during the pandemic. It's, however, imperative that we maintain and further build this foundation of trust with fellow Canadians. The Canadian Data Governance Standardization Collaborative, being led by the Standards Council, is making headway to develop standards as we look to foster innovation and smoother, safer data sharing in areas such as open banking, health services, and our nation's food supply chain. And look at how crucial these investments are becoming. Tout d'abord, la pandémie a grandement.
The pandemic has greatly accelerated the sharing of data and collaboration in Canada. During the pandemic, we have had the support of the scientific community, departments, different sectors of activity, and every level of government have worked together in cooperation to make their results and their data in common as quickly as possible. All these actors are analyzing the data, and when possible, they share it with the researchers to determine the needs under this pandemic. This work and collaboration will help to save lives. For example, an important report was published in the fall in which we compared the screening effects of COVID-19 in immigrants and refugees compared to other groups in Canada. This report was made public through a partnership of data sharing that was undertaken between IRCC and the provinces. In that report, in Ontario, COVID-19 has had a greater impact on new immigrants and refugees, and especially women who are refugees, people who work in the field of health. The pandemic has identified the urgency of working in partnership and has reminded us of the importance of sharing data and of breaking silos for the good of the Canadian population. The pandemic has obliged governments to reduce administrative formalities and has shown the need to act more quickly than ever.
Government of Canada's approach to data stewardship and what lessons we've learned and continue to learn in this unprecedented time. We need to look at the ways data are deployed to see how crucial data stewardship is to keeping society functioning, especially during a global health crisis. We need to improve data standards. Lives, in fact, depend on it. Early in the pandemic, the distribution of life-saving personal protective equipment to healthcare workers was hampered by a lack of standardized coding for equipment across health regions. How can you deliver equipment to those who need it if you don't know exactly what type of equipment is needed?
And as this sharing has spread, we will have to keep the protection of people at the summit of our concerns. We have also seen that the data is more important now than ever. We have an obligation to protect confidentiality of the data that we hold, to maximize the value of this data for Canadians does not mean that we should sacrifice confidentiality. We can do both. We can better use data while protecting them more. To do so, we have procedures and methodologies that are world-class.
To do the job. Cloud technology, analytical platforms, and investment and pathfinders are leading the way. As we move toward pandemic recovery, we need to understand which economic and social indicators will tell us we're on the right track and where we need to focus our precious resources. It is critical that we establish a common language for data sharing and common spaces for sharing with each other. Standards are in fact the invisible glue that holds us all together and in fact holds society together. They promote understanding and collaboration and open new pathways to innovation. How we communicate matters more than ever. Les sources qui consultent.
Canadians need this data to improve and to recover the economy. We must also see to it that this is based on facts. Governments, the media, and civil society all play an essential role in the fight against disinformation. We must identify all aspects of the situation.
It is not the new oil. It's the new plutonium, amazingly powerful and dangerous when it spreads, difficult to clean up, and with serious consequences when improperly used. And we must communicate information in ways that are easily understood. Data visualizations, such as the situational dashboard, can give people easier access, ways to gain insights, and arm them with the evidence to make better and more informed decisions. If we don't explain stories that resonate with Canadians, we jeopardize the relevance of government itself. If we don't point to specific data and outcomes, Canadians will ultimately question the value of the work that we do for them. If we don't communicate how we're making a difference, Canadians will tune us out. Let me leave you with a few final reflections. We are seeing and sharing more data than at any time in history, and it's only growing. We need responsible data stewardship to build on our momentum, and we need your help to go further. All of these themes will be dealt with in greater detail over the next 2 days during this amazing event. Je souhaite remercier IRCC.
I would like to thank IRCC and the Public Service School of Canada to have organized this conference. I would also like to thank every one of you who has contributed to this lovely program ahead of us.
To see things sooner and to act faster. Maximize the potential of data and data stewardship, and ensure that we use and share data in a responsible, targeted way that reflects the values of diversity and inclusion that define us all as Canadians. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech. I wish you all a productive and informative conference. Thank you.
Merci à Gilbert White Duck d'avoir.
Thank you to Gilbert White Duck for his words. Katrina Tapley, Taki Sarantakis, and Anil Arora.
Responsive public policy. Je vais donc céder la parole à la modératrice.
I'm going to give the floor to Karen Backers, who will moderate this part.
Welcome, everyone, and I do hope that you enjoyed those opening remarks by the Chief Statistician. Very excited to moderate this opening plenary. The intersection of data and public policy needs is multifaceted. Data helps us understand the problems and the opportunities faced by our country and how the resources can best be directed to have the biggest impact. It informs and challenges the public policy process and the policy development process. It provides evidence on the effectiveness of our interventions, ideally leading to stronger policy decisions that reflect what works. And data can bolster our accountability to Canadians. The raison d'etre of my team at the
raison d'etre of my team
makers. The stories we tell with the data at our disposal, often provided by folks like those on our panel, allow us to underpin decisions and ensure that they're driven by facts and not simply intuition. Regular stock takes with the Prime Minister on topics of importance to the country are underpinned by the available data and visual dashboards. Decisions on how to accelerate progress or address obstacles are informed by a common understanding of the current state. With the advent of the pandemic, my unit has also been in the unique situation of reporting on the implementation status and performance of all the government support measures for Canadians and their businesses. Quickly bringing together data from many sources into an integrated picture for agile decision making has been an enormous challenge. It's also illuminated what we already knew, that there are standardization, accessibility, and cultural challenges around providing and sharing data, even amongst federal government departments. A lot of progress has been made over the last 11 months, but we still have a long ways to go. The pandemic has also had disproportionate impacts on the health and economic security of Canada's most vulnerable communities. At the same time, awareness is rising with respect to longstanding inequities faced by these same communities. The crisis has collided with a global movement against systemic racism and anti-Black racism in particular. We as public servants have the enormous responsibility to the citizens we serve. When it comes to how we measure the world around us, are we measuring it in ways that allow us to foster inclusion, equity, and positive outcomes for all citizens, regardless of race, gender, sexual orientation, socioeconomic status, disability, Indigenous identity, or other ethno-cultural characteristics? So at this time, I'm going to turn to the panelists who will each make a presentation of about 10 minutes. Please feel free to submit questions at any time during the session, as there will be an interactive discussion at the end once all four of our panelists have spoken. You'll be able to find a panel on the right of your screen where you can pose questions. So first, I will turn the floor over to André Loranger, Assistant Chief Statistician for Strategic Data Management, Methods and Analysis at Statistics Canada. Over to you, André.
Thank you, Kara. I'm really happy to be here to discuss such an important topic. I'd like to jump in and right away and begin my remarks by talking about the importance of data in policymaking. The COVID-19 pandemic is a perfect use case as to why it is so incredibly important and how data can be used as a strategic asset to respond to the needs of Canadians. If we think about contact tracing or the management of critical supplies of vaccines or PPE, data can and has been used to save lives. If you could go to the next slide, please. So data has allowed us to react faster and make critical decisions. It has helped us answer important policy questions. It has also helped us identify new questions, and it allowed us to provide insights about emerging policy needs. The data can and has been used to save lives. If you could go to the next slide, please. I'm getting a lot of feedback on the replay. I'm hearing myself. Is that normal? Critical decisions. It has helped us answer important policy questions. I'll just keep going. It has also helped us identify new questions.
Andre, I believe you're on mute.
I'll just keep going. Okay, I don't know how I muted myself, but anyways, we'll keep going. So to truly leverage data as a strategic asset, we do need to start with the problem you're trying to solve and a policy question you're trying to answer as a driver. For maximum impact.
Andre, I believe you're on mute.
I'm not on mute. Can somebody unmute me? Okay, I don't know how to mute myself, but anyways, keep going.
Someone is listening to the webcast while presenting. Are you listening to?
You're trying to solve and a policy question you're trying to answer as a driver. Should I just keep going here? Maximum impact. I'm not on mute. Can somebody unmute me?
Someone is listening to the webcast while presenting.
Trying to solve and a policy question you're trying to answer as a driver. Should I just keep going here? Okay, well, I'm just going to continue because I'm getting a lot of interference here. I hope that the system catches up. So I talked about data for maximum impact, and it should be considered at the onset of starting a program, not as an afterthought. It needs to be baked into programs for policy development. This is only the start, however, and to really be able to leverage the power of data to derive meaningful insights, some foundational elements need to be considered. To enable data for maximum insights, strong data governance and data stewardship is required. Good data governance and stewardship practices are grounded in the data foundation, such as alignment of modern data standards, modern methods, access to secure workspaces where data can be secured, shared, analyzed, and the need for legislative frameworks which permit sharing and access to fulfill departmental mandates. Data needs to be aligned to the FAIR principles, ensuring that it is findable, accessible, interoperable, or reusable. Without standards, you might be comparing apples and oranges, or worse, not even know that you were doing it. Where data can be secured, shared, analyzed, and the need for legislative frameworks which permit sharing and access to fulfill departmental mandates. Next slide, please. Donc, pendant la pandémie, nous avons...
During the pandemic, our philosophy was, how can we help? How can we work with our partners within or outside the government to meet the emerging needs? A great many things we accomplished was accomplished together because we leveraged the strategic partnerships. Data is a team sport, so partnerships are more important than ever. We demolished the silos to have a complete picture. The data strategy for the Federal Public Service put the emphasis on the strategic use of data. By working together, we had a major impact on Canadians' lives.
How data can be used to respond to emergent policy needs. I'd like to highlight some contributions and partnerships that we have made possible by strong data stewardship. At the onset of the pandemic, we partnered with the Public Health Agency of Canada to provide preliminary data on the number of COVID cases. We created the Canadian Survey of Business Conditions in partnership with the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, providing the necessary evidence to make impactful policy decisions to support our businesses, economy, and Canadians hit hard by the lockdown. We developed geospatial tools in partnerships with the Public Health Agency of Canada and NRCan to enable them to deliver pandemic-related responses where it was needed most. And we worked with Health Canada and FAC and the provincial Ontario governments to better manage the nation's supply of PPEs, so personal protective equipment. In addition, we implemented fast-track surveys, flash estimates in order to put a lot of new data out in a very short time to support rapid decision-making with more granular data. We launched new data collection, new data tables, new tools, and released over 100 analytical articles exploring the various facets of the pandemic. We were able to integrate data and synthesize it from various data sources to tell stories about Canadians and what's happening in our country. Ces exemples mettent en évidence le fait qu'un programme de...
These examples show that a modern data program relies on the commitment of the partners and by leveraging their experience. All of this work was made possible thanks to the data management, including the conceptual data framework, the management of the life cycle, and the analysis, the data science.
Tangible example of the power of good data stewardship. Next slide, please. I'd like to take a few more minutes to highlight what can be achieved through collaboration and solid data management. PPE supply chain modeling is an example of the power of strategic partnerships. In this case, the partnership between Health Canada, the Public Health Agency of Canada, ISED, PSPC, the provinces and territories, and the private sector. Through this project, a PPE data hub was created and allowed data to be housed in one place, taking into consideration data standardization, data ingestion, data wrangling, data modeling, analytics, and reporting. The lessons learned from this project can be leveraged more broadly to move the Government of Canada forward towards its goals and aspirations as outlined in the Data Strategy Roadmap. Last slide, please. And although data has been critical to the pandemic response, it has also exposed some important gaps, particularly in health and related to inclusion and diversity. In many cases, even where data does exist, it is not disaggregated enough to answer policy questions. This is certainly the case with respect to data on race and inclusion. The way forward, in my humble opinion, is to double down on data strategies to address these issues. Putting these important questions at the core of robust programs designed with purpose and taking into account data standards, governance that addresses data sharing and jurisdictional issues, interoperability and data linkage, the need for data protection and collaborative workspaces, access to talent, modern data analysis and visualization tools, and most of all, data quality. So thank you, Kara, and back to you. And hopefully the front of the presentation didn't mess up too bad. I was getting a lot of interference on my end, but I think that's been resolved. Thank you, Kara.
Yeah, thank you, Andre, for working through those first few minutes. Thankfully, all the technical issues seem to have been resolved. So we'll go to our next speaker, Ema Okhani, Chief Data Officer, Employment and Social Development Canada. Over to you.
Thank you, Kara. And before I start, I just wanted to thank the Canada School and also IRCC for working to bring us together to discuss this very important topic. Also want to thank my fellow panelists and also you, Kara, for all the work. We've been through the trenches in the last few months, trying to really help Canadians through this difficult period. So I just want to express some of my thanks for the collaborative work to really move some of these initiatives forward. So I'll jump into this because we have only 10 minutes for this presentation. And I'll go right to the first slide where I try to describe like our raison d'etre of ESDC. We're a department with a very important mission to help Canadians all across this country and build a stronger and more inclusive Canada. It's a wonderful, wonderful mission and a privilege to work in an organization that's really looking to push forward the evidence base and really support our colleagues across the enterprise in really improving how we make policy to support Canadians. Next slide, please. So this slide basically speaks to how the Chief Data Office works across the enterprise. We work within the Chief Data Office to really help our organization derive valuable insights from data through our policy and service continuum. And we do this through the curation of key data assets in a secure and IT-enabled environment. And some of this work really supports some of our daily operations, reporting, policy monitoring programs. It also supports some of the core data sharing we have to do with the public and also with the provinces and territories. Another key way we work within the organization is to partner across with other government departments and also with some key stakeholders external to the department. I will give some examples of this, but I really invite you to visit the virtual kiosk where you'll see live examples of people all across ESDC, some people from our regions, people from different policy and program groups, as they really showcase like some of the actual work they have done, you know, really to push the evidence base in support of Canadians. And some of this work ranges from really monitoring the impact and outcomes of our programs, evaluating our programs, And some of it is really making sure that we're reaching across this country, reaching vulnerable groups, and really helping people through the pandemic and really through the recovery period. Next slide, please. So I give some examples of some of the work we've done within ESDC on this slide. A practical example of this is some of the work we did at the peak of the pandemic, where we worked very closely with our colleagues in the Canada Revenue Agency to integrate data and support some of the just-in-time policy making and program decisions that needed to happen. We've also used some of this, the work we did to support the data sharing to the public to ensure transparency. And Kara can tell you the hours of calls and exchanges we've had in the last few months, just making sure that PCO had the information they needed to make decisions in a timely fashion. The other work we've done is rapid collaboration with Statistics Canada, and Andre spoke a little bit to this, like some of the work we did in ensuring that we had some of the evidence base needed in terms of looking at some vulnerable populations. We worked with Canada Revenue Agency to ensure that we had data available within the department to support some of the decisions that needed to make on the operations side, some of the projections that needed to be made on time. And a lot of this work was done real time. A lot of it was done late at night sometimes. So in fact, the power of data in helping us through a lot of the questions that we needed to answer was made very evident during this period. And again, I invite you to visit the kiosk and ask questions if you wanted to understand some of the practicality of how this happened. And then in terms of the ongoing data analysis that happens within the department, our program evaluators have developed some massive insights from some of the data we collect within the department and some of the close collaboration work they've done with Statistics Canada in terms of really looking into future earnings, employment, measuring the impacts of receiving employment insurance, and just making sure that we can improve the cycle of policy, program, and operations. Within the Economic Policy Directorate, we have researchers who are working hard at really measuring the imbalances in labor supply and demand. This is a very important initiative because it's directly in support of ensuring that we're monitoring our labor market and can respond to emerging needs. Next slide, please. So you may ask me, so what's next? What's next for the Chief Data Office? What's next for ESDC when it comes to data? Well, we are very busy. We're still monitoring some of the impacts of COVID-19. We're assessing data gaps. We're working very closely with stakeholders, ranging from Statistics Canada, the provinces, researchers, academic, community groups, and we're trying to see how we can really improve how we can collect and enhance our evidence base. We're working with Statistics Canada and looking into a pilot into how we can look at data standards, which will improve some of our data integration and data management within the department to support policy making. We're also looking at opportunities for co-development, strategic partnerships, stakeholders, just to improve how we're measuring, how we're examining vulnerable population. We're looking at increased access to quality, robust, disaggregated data. And some of this work will bear fruit in the coming months. And really excited at the opportunity to engage in more partnerships, co-development opportunities to enhance the evidence base and to ensure that we can support Canadians through this period and into the future. Thank you. Back to you, Kara.
Thank you so much, Ima. And it's true, we've spent many hours sort of going back and forth as I've usually asked you very tough questions, sometimes late at night with very short timelines. It's also very fitting that we have our next panelist with us, as I know the level of collaboration between ESDC and CRA throughout the pandemic has been supercharged, as many of my questions I know has required pulling data together from both organizations to answer them. So with that, I will introduce Myriel Laroche, Assistant Commissioner, Service Innovation and Integration Branch, Chief Data Officer and Chief Service Officer from Canada Revenue Agency. Over to you, Myriel.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you today to speak of the experience of the agency.
To share a little bit about our journey that we've had over the last year or so on data, and really happy to see my colleagues virtually and to be on this panel with them. So first, let me tell you a little bit about the CRA. You know us. You love us at this time of year. Tax season's upon us. So we're looking forward to getting all your data. But just kidding aside, we are an operational entity. So typically we're not really involved in policy making, although we do share and work with the Department of Finance on an ongoing basis on tax policy matters. Our main source of data is basically the tax forms. And so we collect that data, but we do have other sources of information, and that information is used naturally to administer our programs, to share it with the Department of Finance, but also like on a regular basis with ESDC, for example, for evaluation purposes, as Ima was talking about, but also for the administration of other programs such as the GIS and OAS programs. And we do publish, usually on a yearly basis, certain stats, in a very scheduled manner. The good old days. So then COVID hit. So for the CRA, that proved to be quite a shift in terms of our activities, as you know. So we were in the midst of the filing season, which is the busiest time of our activities, and we were asked to help out to deliver some benefits in collaboration with ESDC. So that really kind of shifted our focus, or added a focus, I should say, in terms of what we needed to do. And it really had an impact on our data, and I'll get to that. So I'll go to my bottom line and tell you what are my two key messages for today's presentation. So the first one is, I think the success that we had in terms of delivering the benefits, but also to respond from a data perspective, really was attributable to the foundation that we have established throughout the years in terms of investing in our data and kind of fostering a culture of data within the agency. And the second key message that I will be to say that, the pandemic really elevated data as a critical service. This was not the case, or it was not perceived to be the case. And now it's an essential service that we have, and that increasingly, the demand for data is just exploding, and that we're never going to go back. I think we've entered a new kind of paradigm with respect to data, and that will only grow as we are kind of embarking on either new initiative in terms of further digitalization. Je peux pas le dire en anglais. Can't say in English.
I can't say in English. So more digitalization and a greater use of emerging technologies. So I'd like to start by speaking of our structure.
Quite innovative in their slides, as you can see, by showing some trees with some really strong roots. And I think that is actually very symptomatic of the message I'm trying to convey. So over the years, the CRA has really invested in terms of making sure that we had very good data management within the agency, and that we're making the necessary investment. I think data is a little bit like a house, in terms of you need to have the foundation that's extremely solid. So you need to have a good furnace in your house. You need to have water, electricity. You need to have your wiring. It's the same thing with data. So you need to take the time to invest, because when you're faced with a crisis, and if that doesn't work out, you're not going to be able to respond. So for us, in terms of governance, it is a shared accountability across the agency, but we do have a chief data officer and a group that supports me in delivering, and really with the responsibility to look at our data strategy from an integrated perspective, and what are some of the investment that we need to kind of bring about a culture of data within the agency and also the tools necessary to be able to achieve that goal. And that has proven to be quite effective to actually kind of stir up and kind of have the right and appropriate conversation in the investments that we needed. So that's our first pillar. Le deuxième pilier, c'est vraiment l'infrastructure.
Our second pillar is really infrastructure. It's to start at the beginning. Andre mentioned standards, how we manage data. That's really fundamental so that we can have proper content, quality data that can be used, that are flexible to allow us to measure the right things, but also the containers. How can we organize data in such a way as to have access quickly, analyze them quickly, and to ensure the quality and the relevance of this information. So there has been a lot of investment. We created data, dictionaries, all basic tools that are necessary are being developed at the agency. And that allowed us to create an infrastructure to find data that we didn't know, data that was being created day by day, and we were able to handle them in such a way quickly to meet the demands or the requests we had from CARA and other people from government.
This is paramount. We had excellent relationship with StatsCan in terms of sharing information, finance, BCO, in Stats in ESDC as well, in terms of making sure that your connections are well. And for us, another key elements are the provinces and territories, as we actually supply them with a lot of information, and we administer, their tax system and benefit system on their behalf. So all this wiring was actually kind of proven to be extremely beneficial, again, to be in the position to respond quickly to demands, for them in turn to be able to respond to the needs of their citizens. And lastly, but perhaps the most important, is really our people. We have a great team at the agency. I'm very proud of the CDO team that we have, great leadership. And I think, we've done significant work to try to recruit the right people, data scientists, both I would say on the data side, analytics side. But also, I think we were starting to ask some questions that really came at the forefront during the pandemic. So I remember, a year and a half ago, having some, initial conversation about what's the kind of the balance that we need between, timeliness versus quality. Well, that became at the forefront, of everything when you had to produce some very, in real time, some data to be able to inform. So having these types of conversations are really important because things are moving extremely fast. So I'll move to my next slide and kind of go to basically COVID. What have we learned? How did we have to change? For us, I'll highlight kind of two things or three things that really kind of changed. Our role, as an institution, even from a data perspective, really, really changed. So we were in the background, providing information, kind of supporting in terms of the operation. And then it became that we were kind of feeding on a daily basis, decision making. And that is continuing. And we're making a lot of increasing our analysis capacities to really kind of support other, I would say, other departments, but also the center and the policymakers in terms of really making the right decision on the information that we have. So that for us was a shift. We went from yearly refresh to daily reports and weekly publications. So I think, in many departments that was a reality, but, that was really a testament in terms of, the nimbleness of our teams and the fact, again, I'll stress it, the foundation that we had. So as data was created, we had the necessarily containers, tools, and processes to be able to, adapt and kind of create it. And we also had, I would say, the mindset that kind of realized that it won't be perfect right away, but we'll work on it. And, we'll put the necessary caveat. And as we go forward, we're going to get it will get solidified. And I think that happened actually quite quickly. And lastly, we tend to, really think about things in terms of business requirements. When we're building systems, we were in a situation where the system was actually being developed and implemented at the same time. Like it was a matter of weeks and not months. So, the importance of actually being there and getting part of the conversation when these things happen to make sure that we're measuring the right things, but also, as I mentioned, to be nimble. So in conclusion, I just want to say that it's been like a very, very interesting journey. And in my opinion, we're not going back to what was. This has really been a shift for us. And I think for everyone, every institution, in terms of the role of the data, how we actually collect it, how we manage it, how we actually use it. And, with the increasing use of digital and emerging technologies, this, data will continue to be really at the forefront and a very hot commodity. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Muriel. It's great to hear all the insights and the changes that have been happening within the CRA over the past year. Before in my career, I don't think I had a whole lot of interactions with the CRA, but I have to say over the past 6 months that I've been with PCO, I've come to appreciate the wealth of data at the CRA and the way it's organized and its ability to answer the questions that we have in a timely way. So now I'm going to introduce our fourth speaker, who represents really over the past year, there's been this huge focus on the healthcare system and the data that's collected there and what that can tell us about the health of our Canadians. So I'll introduce Astrid Gutman, Professor of Pediatrics, Health Policy and Public Health at the University of Toronto, physician and senior scientist at the Hospital for Sick Children, and Senior Scientist and Chief Science Officer at ICES, Canada's largest health services and policy research institute. Welcome, Astrid.
Thanks, Kara. And I'm really pleased to be here to present a bit of a view both from the provinces as well as the healthcare sector. Next slide, please. I wanted to start just with this quote. Sir Michael Marmot is one of the world-leading experts and thinkers on health inequities. And I thought to frame both my remarks and actually the panel, and as Kara alluded to, as we think about data to policy, we have to think about how these are going to address some of the underlying causes that we've seen for the really stark inequities that we know in terms of the impact of the pandemic on Canadians. Next slide, please. The nice thing about going forth in a panel is you can echo a lot of what's been said. So as I describe some of the work that we've done, I'll try to illustrate many of the lessons learned that we've heard from others. So the first is that, for us and our ability to have been informing the COVID-19 response with timely and disaggregated data, we built on, a very extensive data infrastructure and a lot of partnerships. The second point, which really leads from that quote, is that, in order for us to address, and inform big P policies around the health inequities, we are going to need individual level data and linkable data on the social and structural determinants of health. Those are often not, those often don't live with health data, but I'll try to give some examples of where we've tried to do work on that. And then finally, and I think this will be something that we can discuss, with the panelists in the end, local data, and I'll give some examples of that, but also community engagement has been really key to the solution. And I think as we start to talk about, Andre mentioned, race data, as we start to have conversations about that, I think there's some really important considerations around community engagement and governance in general that are really important and that we need to be having both at the provincial and federal level. Next slide, please. So this is just to situate you to our, we are a research institute, independent. We have sites at almost all the universities across Ontario. Our core funding comes from the Ministry of Health, and we are also designated as a prescribed entity in Ontario's health privacy legislation. And what that does is allow us to integrate personal health information for purposes of evaluation, planning, and monitoring. Next slide. This slide really just to show we have lots of data. Many of our data go back to the 1980s, but our mission, as we've heard from others, is really to sort of use this data to provide evidence that improves health and healthcare delivery. Next slide. And this is just an infographic of our data repository. You can see most of it is really built on the health sector data. But we use those data to do things like create disease registries, and that's become, very important as we start to think about, for instance, vaccine prioritization. And what's key about the data is it is de-identified, but we've after we've linked it across a number of these different buckets. And importantly, and especially for a health equity. For health equity considerations, we've also been linking to many other social and demographic data, and I'll illustrate that in a few minutes. Next slide. So while we are a research institute and we do a lot of research, we have over 200 affiliated scientists, we pump out over 600 peer-reviewed papers, but we also do a lot of very applied data analytic and evaluative work. So we have a program that's funded by the Ministry of Health called the Applied Health Research Question Program, where health system stakeholders and other agencies can request anything from a simple data table to a very in-depth evaluation. And I wanted to make the point that, we do that, and that's, one side of the house, but all of the work that gets done, by our scientists, independent grant-funded research, a lot of that feeds into our ability to do sophisticated evaluation, and we leverage, and we've been doing that even more so during the pandemic, we leverage the capacity of our staff, but also of scientists to help with a lot of the applied work that we do. So next slide. And as others have indicated, it became, incredibly clear right from the beginning that there were huge data needs. And just as Mireille mentioned, we were also a shop that we have some data feeds that come sort of monthly. Lots of our data comes annually. A lot of our reports are, the data are lagged. But it became very clear that for us to be responsive, we were going to need much more timely data. And within a week, we executed a data sharing agreement to integrate daily feeds of the SARS-CoV testing data, so the COVID tests, both whether someone was tested and the result, as well as the public health unit data on cases, and then link that to our repository in order that we could do a whole host of different types of analytics. And early on, we were doing daily tables of testing and positivity within long-term care residents, for example, and then we continue to do weekly reports for a number of different stakeholders, including a big command table made up of, a number of different ministries and agencies, but public health units and agencies on, the testing and positivity by clinical characteristics, demographics, et cetera. And I'll give a few examples. Next slide. But similar to what we've heard, about StatsCan, all of these data are also supporting a whole wealth of different kinds of analyses, from predictive modeling to, analytics on what's happened to the rest of the health system because of the restrictions, and then, of course, the direct COVID impact work. Next slide. So this is just an example, and I spoke about disaggregated data. So we've been doing weekly reports for public health units. So public health units collect the data on cases, but testing data is part of the health system, and so they don't have those data. And this is really important for a number of reasons. The first is that we've shown at a very small neighborhood level that there's been, real mismatches in neighborhoods that have had very, very high rates of COVID, but often have much lower testing than you you would expect. And then the other is, of course, this metric of percent positivity. So for those of you who follow when are we reopening, or that's a really important metric, and that's really, you need the denominator of testing. And so we've been able to feed data at very small levels to public health units, and they've been able to use that to mobilize, testing strategies, et cetera. Next slide. And then we've also been able to, link and work with, with partners. So we've had a long-standing relationship with a number of Indigenous organizations, including the Chiefs of Ontario. We hold on their behalf the federal Indian Register, and we've been supporting them in really trying to achieve data sovereignty. And so at their request, we've been sending weekly data to them on all First Nations within Ontario, and that's something that they've been reporting on weekly on their website and using for their purposes. Next slide. I wanted to highlight another partnership. This is a federal data meeting hosted by IRCC. We've had a longstanding partnership, a very productive partnership with IRCC, and we were able to leverage the data that we hold, the permanent resident database from IRCC, to be able to do work fairly early on in the pandemic. We've done a number of reports now on the disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on a number of immigrant populations. I'm a researcher, I couldn't help putting a graph in, but this is, you can see over time, wave 1 and wave 2, this is the incidence of COVID by immigrants according to how they come into the country. And you can see in blue, a huge impact on largely women who come in under the economic caregiver program, many of whom then change careers and move into healthcare, especially in long-term care. But also in purple, you can see a very high rates amongst those who come to Canada as refugees. When we looked at it by countries of origin, we also showed that racialized immigrants much more likely to be impacted by COVID. And then next, and then by linking, next slide, please. And then by linking to some of the case data, which does have some data on occupation, which we know is, a key component to risk, and has changed over the 2 waves, much higher within healthcare in the first wave, and now in the second wave, manufacturing and other essential workers. And we were able to then also produce reports. This is this infographic particularly about healthcare workers, to try to start to explain some of the findings around the impact on immigrant populations. Next slide. But we also, to make the point about, where's the action and where's some of the impact going to be felt, we also did a number of these immigrant reports by public health units and worked really closely with them to co-create briefing notes. So the public health units have been very engaged at the local community level with lots of organizations, newcomer organizations, settlement agencies, and have been doing a lot of work to really try to address both issues around testing hesitancy, as well as, all of the risk factors, around COVID transmission. And so we produced data at that level and worked with them and leveraged their relationships, and a lot of the work that's come out of this, again, has been used to target testing. It's being used to think about vaccination strategy, as well as advocacy around some of the, larger determinants, of COVID. And for us as data stewards, as we start to think more about, doing work on social determinants of health, we're very enthusiastic about building relationships with communities and starting to build, even just an understanding of the data that exists, because ultimately it's their data. We are the stewards, but, we hold data for Ontarians and should be used by them. And finally, last slide. I wanted to end again, both with a picture. So we talk about data, and I always have to remind myself, when I'm mired in data, that there are faces and people behind these data, and also a quote. So this was a newspaper article that came out when our first immigrant report was published. and really illustrated a lot of what was in that report. And so Ms. Concepcion, whom they interviewed, so she was a registered nurse in the Philippines. She came under the Economic Caregiver Program, is now a PSW, a personal support worker in long-term care, was unfortunately infected with COVID, and her quote really says it all, right? So, she speaks very articulately about, these underlying structural issues that, have been really, existed far before COVID hit, but are, some of the underlying issues that we need to address, both continued, in our response to COVID vaccine strategy, but also, going forward. So I'll end there and look forward to the discussion.
All right, thank you so much, Astrid. I think that was fascinating. And I think over the past year, there are many of us and many Canadians who have, either logged into websites or watched the nightly news and checked on what are those numbers, what's going on with the pandemic, and based their behavior based on the data that's out there, which really kind of shows us the power of that data. And I know we're all looking to, well, what are those national numbers? But then what's going on within our province and what's going on within our communities to give us better insights into what's going on. So that's fantastic. So just a reminder to all of our participants that they can submit questions using the form on the right-hand side of your screen. You might have to exit the full screen mode within Teams in order to access the forms. But if you start those coming in, we're going to get going with the Q&A session with our panelists. So I'm going to start. I have a question of my own, but I see it's very similar to one of the questions we've gotten from one of our participants. So Astrid, you started talking quite a bit about disaggregated data and better understanding, who's being infected by community, by background, by immigration status. And what the question asks is, how can we maximize the benefits and avoid the potential negative impacts of disaggregating data, within the public service? And I guess the other part to that question is, how has this demand for greater disaggregation of data, or maybe as a researcher, it's always been there. How has that influenced how you do your work and store and analyze the data that you have at your disposal?
Yeah, thanks, Kara. So I think that's a really important question. And I would say, I can't speak for the, public sector, but I'll talk a little bit about how we're starting to think about this as a research institute that by and large doesn't actually collect. So we all of the data that we house are collected, by others. And so there is sometimes data governance. But for example, in Ontario, we've been having large conversations, and public health are now collecting race, occupation, and income data on those with cases and are proposing to do the same for the vaccine data. And I think we've drawn a lot of understanding from the work that we've done with Indigenous partners, which is to really say that data can harm, and data is not neutral, and we need to be guided by those whose data it is. And so I spoke a little bit about our wanting to do much more work with communities because it is their data, and have and have them know that the data exists, and have much more of the analytics that we do serve communities, and so I think that's a really key point. I would say as well, we are a research institute, so there's a lot of writing going on about anti-racist science, how to do science that doesn't harm, and so we've been trying to also educate ourselves, understand best practices, And then finally, I think there's an important conversation which is relevant to everybody around data standards. And so, the Canadian Institute for Health Information has led some really important work about, data standards for very specifically, race and ethnicity data. So to give an example, we have a data set in-house where there's race data and it's been assigned by physicians, essentially, who sort of look at patients and decide. So, we've been taking a look at all of the data that we hold and really trying to make sure that, data that we hold and use, would meet, important data standards. But then again, I think this way of trying to engage communities and really empower them to be asking for data and using the data, I think that is going to go a long way to, anti-racist approaches and data really, serving communities.
Thank you for that. Maybe next I'll turn to Emma for an inside government perspective, because there is always this fear that government is digging too deeply in the data and getting to the identities of people. So Emma, I'd love your perspective as well.
Thank you, Karen, and thank you, Astrid, for all your work, because that is really important in identifying some of the barriers in society. So thank you for that. In terms of the question itself, I would say that it's very important to also include context when we're looking at data. And I know, Astrid, you referred to that in your presentation. The inclusion of context and the lived experience is extremely important. In ESDC, we do have groups that work closely with community groups like the homelessness, looking at homelessness, groups that are looking at accessibility. We ensure that we're bringing that dimension when we're having these conversations and when we're looking at enhancing the evidence base. The other thing we also do is we work closely with StatScan in terms of looking at expertise around data anonymization, because one of the challenges is we do not want to publish data that would be identifying individuals. So within the department, there's a lot of collaboration there in terms of how do we really work to protect the information of Canadians and ensuring that we're not inadvertently releasing information that we shouldn't be releasing. So there's lots of intentional work going on in terms of identifying that as part of our data strategy within ESDC. But we also need to understand some of the systemic issues that the chief statistician had referred to that can creep into our analysis and also our interpretation of data and research products. So I think that's another facet, and I know Statistics Canada has a lot of expertise there in terms of looking at data ethics, data bias, but it's definitely something that as a government of Canada, we need to be very intentional about when we're looking at findings, making policy decisions, operational decisions, and it's top of mind for the Chief Data Officer, and I know for all the chief data officers out there within the government of Canada, it's definitely something we're thinking through. Thanks, Karen.
Thank you. Such an important question. Muriel, Andre, was anything to add to this one? Andre.
Yeah, I can jump in, and thank you, Emma, for the plugs to StatScan. My take on this is that providing access to disaggregated data and protecting that information aren't mutually exclusive. Those two things can happen simultaneously. At Statistics Canada, we've got 100 years of expertise in protecting the confidentiality of the data that we have. Canadians trust us to do that, and I think as an organization, we put a lot of emphasis on it. So you mentioned things like anonymization of data. So we've got sort of all these frameworks that are built to make sure that the confidentiality of data is not protected. But what's at the basis of that? Well, it's not just the tools for anonymization, but it's actually the whole framework that I talked about sort of in my initial slides. How do we manage data? Well, we need to manage data through standards, through systems that don't, limit access to those who need to have access. What standards do is they allow you to aggregate the data and disseminate it in ways that protect that confidentiality. So it's all of that put together that really makes the data valuable and accessible. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you for the question. I agree with everything that was said, so I'm just gonna add a few points. Disaggregated data is becoming, it always been like a key interest, and I think it's just going to grow, just to have a thorough, and that there is a thirst to understand what's happening at the very local, because more and more some of the impacts of our global problems are becoming very localized. So there is a need, but we need to balance, I think, needing that access with privacy, and that's going to continue to be a key consideration. And if you look at the federal laws, we do have the Privacy Act, and an institution, like all of our institutions, are governed by the Privacy Act, and we can only collect what we need to actually, we need to kind of provide the service that we want, that we are mandated to do. And that speaks to, I would say, Andre's points about standards and things, because there is an increasingly kind of ability to link data sets and kind of make greater kind of pictures in that regards. And I think there is really some due diligence that needs to be happening there. And it is actually happening there to make sure that we are respecting the privacy of individuals. The last point that I'll make is I'm sure in academia, it's actually been more prevalent in academia than in government, but there's a whole side of, ethics and research. And, and as an institution like the CRA, we've actually really thought about, our ethics in our research, and also ethics with respect to the use of emerging technologies, to make sure that we have, the proper checks and balances, so that we are actually, especially when you're starting to think about AI and some of the implicit biases that can develop in those types of technologies, you need to put some safeguards and some checks to make sure that, that doesn't happen, and you can course correct if you see emergence of that. So more and more, we should hear a lot more about ethics as we are, in our business, both from a data perspective, but also from a research perspective. Thank you.
Thanks so much. There's another question here that really resonates with me. Over the course of the past year, we've really changed how the government does policy development and also launches programs. There's been this necessity for getting support programs out there quickly, as opposed to the past where we took a ton of time, made sure, we dotted all our I's, crossed all our T's, had everything perfect before we would launch. We didn't have that luxury during the pandemic, which has forced the government, I think, to be more experimental and agile and willing to say, we didn't necessarily get it right in the first go round, but we're making adjustments as we go. And the question that came in is, how has the pandemic affected the way we evaluate our work? And how are we adjusting to make use of the data to be more experimental and agile? And the question is around how we measure our performance, but I would also say in how we do that policy development. Muriel, maybe we can go to you first.
It's a very interesting. So thank you, the person who asked a very good question. It's a complex question. I'm not right now kind of operating in a policy type of environment. So, but I've been there in the past, and I've been in crisis situations. So a few thoughts, perhaps. Some of the paradigms that we have based our things, if I think in a place where the CRA, who has this very solid and ingrained kind of processes and systems, we're actually very mature from that perspective. We had to turn on a dime and kind of a little bit look at and do a risk assessment and kind of say, well, we have this much time. Where do we actually are willing to kind of change our model to be able to kind of provide the better service, implement it, but also get the money in the hands of Canadians faster? And that's why, in collaboration with ESDC, if you think about the EI program, which, you need proof and the required number of hours and so on, we went to an attestation-based approach, which but then the decision becomes after that is it's kind of changing the onus in terms of you let people in and what kind of post assessment or post benefit compliance that you do actually to be able to check afterwards to make sure that people actually met their eligibility. In a context like ours, that becomes a very delicate question. But in terms of the data, that's where I think that the data in terms of the analysis that we can do, the ability to provide some timely information to allow policymakers to kind of make those decisions becomes really paramount. So, for us, for the longest time, we had, Ima can talk about it, we had some difficulties in actually merging our data sets, right? Speak to the standards, speaking to the way that the information was stored, EI program, brand new program, and things like that. We actually overcome all those barriers. But I think there was a lot of lessons learned there in terms of, should we need to do this, again, like we need to have those barriers to kind of taken away. Because, it kind of led to having partial information on both sides in terms of being able to do the work. So I would say lots of lessons learned. I think we're still learning from that perspective. We haven't learned, we're not the ball game is not over yet in that regards, but it will, I think, fundamentally change the way that we're using data and going forward. But as long as we kind of are able to kind of provide good evidence and robust evidence, I think we'll end up with some very good policies to support Canadians. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else want in on this one?
I could double down on Muriel's point about the lessons learned, because I would say we learned so much from really trying to react really quickly to support Canadians over this difficult period. And some of the lessons ranging from data standardization, the need for interoperability. But I think the biggest lesson that I learned is basically the power of partnerships. Just being able to call somebody else, a CDO across town, it makes such a huge difference. And it also speaks to the power of having a CDO in your organization, because it's like a one-stop shop to get all the information you need to be able to respond to support policy development on the fly. So I think one thing we should double down as the Government of Canada is to look at how we can really enhance the role of the CDO and some of the data infrastructure, so that in future, when we have a situation where we need to respond quickly, we don't have to go through a lot of the challenges we went through. That is one of the things I would add to this.
Maybe I can jump in real quick. Sort of in our organization at StatsCan, we've got a tradition. There's this whole suite of traditional methods. You survey, it takes a long time. You produce estimates and so on. I think during the pandemic, focusing on Agile, we were able to quickly pivot and bring in a suite of new methods. I suppose, new ways of doing things. For instance, we're producing flash estimates now on the key economic indicators with partial information. We're doing crowdsourcing as a means of sort of getting quick information. And the idea there is that, those measures aren't perfect, but they're providing useful information that's needed at the moment. So we're acknowledging that the measures aren't perfect, but they're fit for purpose for that particular issue that we're trying to address. And I think sort of that way of thinking is really useful as we go forward, is that we don't always need to build the Cadillac. So maybe the Buick will be just fine for the purposes. So I think as we go forward, we need to think about those things. And another thing I want to pile on is what Ima just said on partnerships. Where we've had successes throughout sort of the pandemic is really where organizations have worked together to get things done. So it's really key to the whole thing.
Great, thanks. All right, I'm going to change tack a little bit here and talk maybe a little bit more about the usability and the communication of the data that we have. So, good quality data are important for decision making, but it has to be understandable for decision makers and accessible for them. Otherwise, the utility is limited. having just more data that only data experts can read doesn't help anybody. Can you speak a little bit to how you've made data more accessible to senior management and to decision makers across government? Again, I'm going to turn to Muriel first on this one, but I'm sure others will have interesting anecdotes to kick in as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Kara. I'm going to answer a little bit broader. You spoke about having a lot of data. I think the first question you have to ask ourselves is, do we have the right data? So I think in many occasions, if you think about an organization like mine, it was very operational with systems that were designed in the 70s and the 80s. They don't necessarily, ask or, collect the information that we need right now. Actually, they were, in many cases, it was information for operational purposes and not for policy purposes. So I think there is a real need to kind of look at what kind of data do we have? What are the questions? It's a little bit of foresight to do, but what's the information that we need, and do we have the right one, and to actually seek, to get that information in that regard. So that's kind of the number one. But when you do have information that's actually relevant and needed, for us, what we've done is we've done a lot more. We've upped our game in terms of analysis. We, in terms of showing data and doing like basic socioeconomic profiles, that things that the CRA didn't do in the past, but actually we did, and that was actually shared across town to EMA and to others, in terms of the policy. So it's kind of raising the profile. We also had dashboards every day to kind of talk about the effectiveness of the programs, how many people applied, so on. Practices that we didn't have. So this, being able to display, so the visual aspect of data is really important. So you have to work, so you need to have good content. You need to know, you need to be able to ask the right question. You need to be able to present it in a way that is actually consumable. If you think about policymakers, and they have very short attention span, not because by their fault, but just given the breadth of things that they have to angle. So you need to be on point in terms of that. And I would say the other thing that's really key is that you need to tell policymakers, why it's important. Now, it's just, why is this information that I'm presenting to you important? How does it fit? Coming back to a point that Emma made earlier about context, like context is super important. So, the role of data scientists and data role is not just producing the data, collecting it, presenting it, it's to be connected to your organization, to government, to the policies, to understand actually, to have that sense so that you can actually make connection and kind of say, this is what we need, this is what we are, and this is how I can contribute. And sometimes it's saying like, there's something missing in terms of what I'm hearing, but I have this piece of information and I can contribute, and here's why it's important. So I would say those are the three kind of dimensions to think about.
Great, thank you. Astrid, I might go to you next on this one. I know you talked during your presentation about, Ontarians' data for Ontario and making decisions, particularly at the provincial level. What efforts have you made on your side to make sure that the data was usable for that purpose?
Yeah, so I mean, I would say we have been late to the data visualization world, and we know that. But one thing that we do, and again, with these daily outputs and weekly outputs, is we asked them how they wanted to receive those data, and in some cases they just wanted Excel spreadsheets. There were times where they really didn't want, particularly fancy graphics or anything like that. But what we've also done, and I've alluded to this, is we have a group of scientists working on this, and who are infectious disease experts, and we've tried to make some sense of this whole area of tests and positivity and incidence, which is not straightforward, because we know who tests positive is very related to who goes to get a test. And so we've tried to bring in some of that expertise and try to communicate that in as well as we could. And then finally, I was going to say, I think, we've actually also, drawn a lot of, lessons from the media, I have to say, because I think they've done an unbelievable, many of them in this pandemic, of taking data from various sources, distilling it down to, and triangulating data, but also distilling it down to like, why does this matter? And saying it in a way that's like really straightforward, tweetable, the whole thing. And I think we, certainly as scientists and as a research institute, but I think even more widely, we can learn a lot from, that communication style.
Great, thank you. All right, so we've only got a few minutes left in the session. So Andre, I'm gonna go to you first for this next question. But I wanna ask a question about the future and where do we go from here? How do we take all this progress that we've made during the pandemic, build on it, make sure that we don't backslide? And this also dovetails into a question we got from one of the participants that asks about, what is the one thing that we could do to have the biggest impact to lower barriers to sharing data? So I'll throw that into the mix of that question too. Andre?
Well, thanks for that question. So given we only have 5 minutes, I'll try to be quick, but there's three main things I think that we need to do as a federal public service. So the first is learn from the past, right? So we've just gone through a year of topsy-turvy, sort of everything's changed. We've done a lot of great things. So let's look at that and sort of figure out why we were able to deliver what we've been able to deliver. And again, sort of, I'll mention it again, partnerships. I think that's the key. The other one is we need to double down on standards. So this includes all of us working with you at PCO, with Treasury Board, and so on. We need to do better at organizing the data, making sure that it addresses sort of the needs that we have. We need to make sure to standardize across departments so that we can share data and also protect it and so on, right? So but standards aren't sexy, and that's a bit of our challenge, right? So whenever we talk about standards, people's eyes glaze over. People like to drive a Ferrari. They don't really care about the engine and the transmission that's in it. But at the end of the day, that's what makes the Ferrari go. So to me, standards are to data what an engine is to a car. They're fundamental, and we need to sort of really focus on it. And lastly, I think we have a lot of governance in the federal public service. But somehow we need to weave in the data part into that governance, so that when we go through sort of the various committees and so on, that we talk about the insights that the data bring, rather than just the building blocks of the data and how to make it interoperable. So we focused a lot in the last year. We've made great progress on just building up our data capacity, but now we need to take that to the next level and really talk about the insights that the data brings. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks, Andre. Emma, you've always got interesting things to say on this topic. I'm going to give the last 30 seconds to you.
Okay, yes. Thank you, Kara, and thank you so much, Andre, for your points. I mean, you hit the nail on the head. Andre basically stole my thunder there, but the key thing for me, I think data literacy. We need to double down on data literacy. Data is for everybody. And we need to double down on it from the executive level to the officer level to the field worker level, because I think data is what will drive transformation. We're talking about digital transformation today, and the engine we need for that is data. Andre, you eloquently described the need for standards. With that comes with data. So the role of data in driving digital will be very important for our future and data, decision-making, policy-making. So I am very, very interested in really making sure that within the government of Canada, we double down on data literacy and really having the conversation at all levels of why data is important, why deriving this insight is important, and why the need for data is extremely important in supporting all Canadians across this country and really making sure that we're reaching the most vulnerable Canadians. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, my fellow panelists. This was great.
Thank you to all of the panelists. A huge virtual round of applause to all of you. That was such a fantastic session. And thank you to all of you who have joined us and for your questions. Have a great rest of the conference. Over to you, Liz.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank everyone who has joined us today.
Joining all of you today virtually from the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabeg people. And I would also like to extend my thank you to Elder White Duck for his generous welcome and opening of this conference. I'm absolutely thrilled to have the great pleasure of moderating this fireside chat with such a distinguished panel of experts. As we embark on this session with the theme of the value of data for an innovative and inclusive public policy, it's important to note that many participants are here because our organizations are really in the midst of undergoing transformative change. We're preparing to operate in that next normal, and we're seeking to establish systems that will help us adapt more rapidly and nimbly to an ever-evolving social and economic context. We're looking at how to better harness the value of data to not only support decision-making and measure results, but to build in more innovation and inclusiveness in our processes, to not only respond to events, but also to chart that vision for the future that is both data-enabled and evidence-based. And as we do this, we often talk about, as we have in other sessions today, about the critical importance of timely, accurate, and relevant data. But I think sometimes we wonder, can we really have all three at once? And how can we build better two-way bridges between data and policy? As we move in new directions, how do we ensure some populations aren't left behind? And as methodologies shift and the world of data expands, how do we make sure our governance systems, our threshold for risk, and our employees are ready to adapt as well? So effectively harnessing the responsible and strategic use of data is both one of our greatest challenges and opportunities, and that's facing all of us and our organizations. To help answer some of these big questions we collectively grapple with, this conference aims to bring together a community of best practice. And I have to say, this panel truly brings together some of the best practice in the community. So our distinguished speakers are the leading practitioners in the Canadian data landscape, and it is my absolute pleasure to take a moment to introduce each of them. So starting with Anil Arora, who likely needs no introduction to many of you as our Chief Statistician of Canada. He's been in Statistics Canada for 25 years and Chief Statistician since 2016. Statistics Canada était à l'avant-garde pour relever le défi des nouveaux.
Statistics Canada has to meet the challenges and is there to generate the tools to answer the shortcomings.
The author of one of my new favorite quotes, "It's better to be generally right than perfectly irrelevant," which I think is thought-provoking for data practitioners and policymakers alike. Rohinton Medora also joins us, and he is the president of the Center for International Governance Innovation. And he's been in CIGI since 2012. He's an expert in the international governance of big data and the digital economy. Rohinton has taken up the challenge posed by the rapidly changing role for the digital economy and generated bold ideas for rethinking data governance in Canada and internationally. Thirdly, we've got Vic Pant, who was appointed as Chief Scientist and Chief Science Advisor of Natural Resources Canada in 2019. Previously, he has been Senior Technical Advisor of Applied AI in the Mars Discovery District, the technology startup accelerator in Toronto. Vic has been bridging the world of business, academia, and government in the exciting and innovative field of data science and artificial intelligence for some time now, building and connecting these lively AI communities of practice between a new generation of data scientists and innovative teams in business and government. Nous avons appelé cette session une discussion.
We have called this session a fireside chat because it will be an informal discussion to have personal reflections on how good data will improve recovery, how good data can improve a society.
Side of your screen to pose questions, which we'll be drawing from for the question and answer session. But first, I have the great pleasure to turn it over to each of our esteemed panelists for their remarks, starting with Anil.
Merci beaucoup, Natasha.
Thank you very much, Natasha. It's a real pleasure to be here with colleagues and eminent panelists.
From our experience over the last year since the onset of the current pandemic, I think we can all agree that innovation and inclusive public policy has been absolutely key. We know that the inequalities that existed pre-COVID have become even sharper, and the subject of policy intervention and historic investments even more larger. The first message I offer is the old adage of how difficult it is to manage when we don't have the type of breakdown in data that allows one to dig deeper into differential impacts. I'm of course talking about the absence of disaggregated data, both on the social and economic domains. So while major trends at the provincial level are, or for large socio-demographic groups are helpful, when the policy requirement is for a deeper understanding of, say, how a Black single parent may be impacted or coping in Peel, Ontario, or how a business owned and operated by a South Asian Canadian in Edmonton is doing at trying to stay afloat, one can't really rely on averages or even city-level aggregates. And yet our data landscape either just doesn't have the necessary disaggregated data, or what we do have, in fact, goes back to the 2016 census, and one could argue for the purposes of today is far less relevant to what is happening right now. So it's no surprise that disaggregated data is now the subject of 44 different mentions in the most recent rounds of mandate letters, which many of you are undoubtedly now scrambling to try to collect and compile data on. We need to look at the lack of data as a form of systemic bias at worst and systemic negligence or omission at best. We absolutely can and must develop a data system which does not catch us flat-footed on how important and at times vulnerable parts of our society and economy are doing at any given time. The second point I want to share with you is that quantity must be accompanied by quality. Otherwise, we sacrifice utility. I'm sure that as we all get busy filling data gaps to assure ourselves that we can build back better in a more equitable fashion, we recognize the need to be so based on consistent definitions and standards. So what is the definition of an Indigenous-owned or a Black-owned business? Will we have multiple definitions based on majority ownership, corporate board composition, geography? Will we employ one definition for grants and contributions and another one for procurement and another one for statistical reporting? So if we are to measure meaningful outcomes of our policy interventions and understand the linkages between social and economic factors, data have to be based on robust and consistent definitions and classification systems. We cannot enter into endless debates. Better to adopt an existing standard and then evolve it in a consistent and systematic manner going forward. It'll be the difference between our ability to report on both outputs, the number of contracts tendered, and outcomes. What difference did they actually make to the lives of Canadians? Did we actually reduce inequality? And the third point I want to highlight is one of efficiency and credibility. I believe we need to start our policy discussions being mindful of the data strategy. Going forward, do we need to all collect the same information from every single person? There are smarter and more effective solutions. We can collect once, or at least minimize, and update databases such as business registers using transparent and proven methodologies to derive disaggregation. Characteristics of ownership, for example, in the business registry can be kept to date and through consistent classification yield information without duplication and burden. We can share across departments through intermediaries, such as my own agency, Statistics Canada, that have the expertise to create de-identified, synthetic, and other microdata files to allow for greater innovation and insights. When enhanced with geographic and other data sources, such as mobility, we can bring far greater utility without sacrificing privacy and confidentiality. And this is not theory. This is being done today. The future of data trust with the right legal frameworks and the advancement of data science hold incredible prospects for greater transparency, privacy protection, public acceptance, and innovation, and as a result, impactful policy. Building back better together will require us to leverage the expertise, data, and infrastructure resident within the data community. Let's not leave it to chance to come together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anil, for those incredible remarks. A great way to start the discussion. Rohinton, shall I turn to you next?
Thank you very much. I mean, first, thank you so much for having me on the panel. And this has been billed as a fireside chat. And Natasha, unlike you, I don't have a real fireplace. I did the next best thing and wore a very comfortable T-shirt for this, if you don't mind. Building off on what Anil said now, and also at the opening of the conference, which I thought was very helpful and deep, I'd make 4 quick points to get our conversation going. The first one builds off from what he just said about the 44 mentions of data across about a dozen or more actually, mandate letters. And so my cross-cutting observation is that data is a lateral issue, while governments, governance systems, and even the way the human mind often thinks is siloed. So data is east-west. Most systems are north-south, and we have to understand that. Why do we have to understand it? And so my next 3 points. In the context of COVID, I'd say COVID, frankly, despite all the turmoil we've been through the last year or more, hasn't told us anything we didn't know. It has simply highlighted in bold and italics and underline what we should have known all along. The first one would be, in my view, the digital divide, which is playing out even as we speak. The digital divide separates those of us who can work from home and have good connectivity from those who cannot. That has been an issue in this country, sometimes still is, and is certainly the case around the world. The second aspect of digital divide is indeed the divide between countries. And so in a world that's coming together through supply chains and integration, if you don't belong to that stem or that stack, you don't belong. And so that's something that COVID during the disruption has taught us big time, which is it's one thing to atomize a production for efficiency, but sometimes, as we know with PPEs and other things, we need our own capacities to do stuff and to produce stuff. And so again, to what extent do we integrate and to what extent don't we is a live question for policy and for practice. Third, apps. We in Canada are very proud of the app that we use, many of us do, for tracking or in some ways keeping abreast of COVID. But the fact is the apps have told us something else that we should have known all along, but perhaps we're willfully ignoring, which is that there's a fine line, and again, Anil alluded to this, between the collection of data, its storage, and what it's used for. There can be public good aspects to this. There can be wealth created from this, which is all good. But there are also human rights and security concerns that go with this level of centralization and this quantity of data that we're now capable of gathering at the urban level, at the personal level, at the farm level, and so on. And so apps have told us that the trade-off between the public good and private security is as strong now as ever before. And in fact, again, these are things, as we heard in the previous panel, these things ratchet up. These are not genies we can put back in the bottle. What's the answer? Stronger legislation around privacy, stronger safeguards. I'm sure we'll come to it. We in Canada have a bill proposed, C11, that takes us many steps in the right direction. This is all necessary, and some of us would argue long overdue. And my last point on reflecting on data and COVID and building back better has to do with the, I guess, thinking around technologies that have significant, I'm going to say, positive spillover effects. There are also some that have negative, but that's not my point. So if you think of a breakthrough green technology, or if you think of a breakthrough technology that lets us get to the bottom of the pandemic, some brilliant vaccine, and we already have 4 or 5 on approval or near approval, we want everyone to be able to use these right away. But intellectual property, pricing, regulatory, and other concerns actually work against that happening. COVID has really woken us up to the importance of seeing intellectual property both as a private wealth creator and a stimulus for innovation, which is hugely important, but also sometimes as an impediment to larger and larger amounts of overlapping public good. Related to that, data sets. In a world in which data is all around us, we're going to need strong, controlled, and shareable secure data sets to enable the kinds of research that we want to do, whether it's in health, whether it's in urban planning, whether it's in green growth. We're going to need pools of data that are diverse, secure, and yet large enough that they enable the modern techniques of data that use data both for research and then for application through machine learning. So there's a series of issues on which I know policy and practice are grappling, never as fast as the reality dictates, but that's where we are.
That's wonderful, Rohinton. A lot to think about there. Just reminding our participants that if there are questions, please do start submitting them on the right-hand side of your screen. Very pleased to hand it over now to Vic Pant for your remarks.
Thank you, Natasha, for the warm welcome. I'd like to start by thanking the amazing teams at IRCC as well as CSPS for convening this very timely data conference. Also, I'd like to give a shout out to Taki and Neil from CSPS as well as Umit from IRCC for convening this panel discussion, and of course to you, Natasha. Also, I think the theme of a fireside chat is very appropriate because I continue to bask in the reflected glow of my co-panelists, such esteemed thought leaders from the private sector, from the public sector. So I'm very happy and looking forward to an insightful and fulsome discussion. So for my opening remarks, I'd like to share some insights regarding an important initiative that we are adopting in Natural Resources Canada that is closely linked to the theme of our fireside chat, that is the value of data for innovative and inclusive public policy. Specifically, this initiative is helping us to develop socio-technical approaches for creating and realizing strategic and synergistic value from data. We are in the process of evaluating an alignment framework that is enabling us to align data and technology decisions with our departmental priorities and plans. We are currently testing this framework that was originally developed by researchers at the University of Toronto, and a cross-departmental team of experts in Natural Resources Canada is working closely together to adapt this framework specifically for use in the public sector, so that we can, and we're doing this in partnership with the originators, so that we can now share this also with other colleagues in the federal family, other departments and agencies. As such, this framework provides us with a systematic and structured approach to map operational decisions related to data and technology with the strategic mission and mandate of our department. This enables us to evaluate each operational decision in the context of our overarching strategic considerations. We are finding that by using such a framework, it is possible to trace the linkage between data or technology decisions directly to our department's management instruments. So for example, these management instruments include, but aren't limited to, the departmental results framework, as well as the management accountability framework. This is an important capability for us at NRCan because it allows us to estimate and assign a measure of value to each choice or option, or each configuration, if you will, that is available and is under consideration with respect to data and technology decisions. And in this way, we're able to assess the value of various choices and options in terms of their respective contributions towards the attainment of our departmental strategy. While we are evaluating the application of this framework, we have already validated certain aspects, and the co-panelists already touched on this a little bit, and I'd like to share two specific insights that we are finding. One is that data is very idiosyncratic. So the notion of value of data is very context sensitive. And what this means is that by using a framework that I'm describing now, we're able to ascribe a concept of value to a data set that is not just a monetary concept, but also includes other important priorities and prerogatives such as inclusion, diversity, and equity goals as well, in the context of use cases and specific application scenarios. And we're able to use this kind of a framework then to not only estimate value of different data sets, but then to compare them. And once we can compare different sort of value propositions or value aspects of various data sets, we're able to then prioritize our investments with respect to the management of our individual data sets. So that's one insight. The second insight has to do with the synergistic or the complementary nature of the value of a data set. So an interesting aspect of the framework that we're using is that not only can it be used to analyze each data set by itself, but we can actually use this to calculate or to ascribe a value to an ensemble or a portfolio of data sets taken together. So we're able to apply this framework to compare the utility of individual data sets, but also groups of data sets. And this too then helps us to manage our portfolio of various data sets collectively, holistically, with an understanding of their synergetic and complementary value propositions. So as I conclude my opening remarks, I would like to take this opportunity to invite colleagues from across the federal family that are interested to partner with us on this initiative to reach out to our NRCan Digital Accelerator through our publicly available website. Very happy to say that we're working closely with Statistics Canada under Mr. Arora's leadership, and I'm looking forward to partnering with many other departments and agencies across the federal family. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Vic, and thank you to all three panelists for those remarks. A lot to dig in there, and I see we're already getting some fantastic questions. Maybe drawing on the first one we've received, which is similar to something that I was hoping to ask as well. And the question is, what concrete steps can implementers take to improve data interoperability? And Rohinton, I think this goes a bit to your remarks around data is so lateral and horizontal, whereas we often structure, especially in the government, things in a very vertical way. Just hearing Vic's remarks on what they're doing at NRCan, just seeing ideas about how to scale that up and across really could unleash the potential of data across government. So I wonder if I might be able to turn to Rohinton first on that one.
You know, I'm not quite a practitioner in the way that Anil and Vic are, and you are, Natasha, in these sort of hands-on ministries, but I'd make sort of two broad observations. One that Anil alluded to, very dry stuff, but definitions. I've said in the past that what we need for the new innovation economy and for the economy of intangibles is a kind of system of national income accounts that the UN took the lead in creating in the 1950s, so that we had common definitions on what consumption, savings, GDP, you name it. You know, we created a global public good, which is the system of national accounts, and we need a similar exercise. And there are a couple going on at the OECD, but the first step is to be clear that we have common definitions on what different kinds of data are. The second point I'd make on your question of sort of east-west versus north-south structures is that rather than think of data as belonging to either a person or a ministry, to think and this is what Bill C11 helps us do, think in terms of issues and therefore data trusts. So think in terms of the natural resource sector and say, well, and you know, there's a second question which I might just delve into, which is the question asked, some countries have way more data than Canada does. It's a small country. How do we make up for it? Well, here's the point. We still have a comparative advantage in some things. Natural resources is one of them. If Canada had a serious national project through sensors and otherwise, to generate a data set through its extraction activity, its natural resource management activity, its farm and ocean management activity, in other words, that set of issues, then we would be second to none. And in fact, our size would be to our advantage because we're huge in those sectors. Now that data can be created as a data trust with regulated access from several players from different parts of government or perhaps even outside, to use it for different purposes. So you think about that sectorally, you think about it issue-wise, and you choose your sectors in which Canada can make a difference. And I'd name three: health, urban planning, and natural resources.
It seems like a good passing of the baton to Vic, perhaps, in terms of natural resources.
Yes, absolutely. And I agree with everything Dr. Medora said. And in fact, when we think about the notion of interoperability, I like to look at this from a socio-technical perspective, because there's certainly a technology aspect to interoperability. Mr. Aurora talked about the importance of standards. So part of it is having the right kind of standards so data sets are compatible with them so that they foster from the ground up a degree of interoperability and connectivity. But also, as Mr. Aurora said, the importance of catalogs. We can only find what we know is out there. So being able to inventory, and these are some things that require investments for sure, but the payoffs are certainly there, even though they may be long tail payoffs. So there's a technological aspect, but then there's a social aspect, which is, do we have the right incentive schemes in place for folks to actually want to share data? Because a lot of times when we think about interoperability, it's generally when we need data. And as Dr. Medora said, the notion of trust, where it's regulated, where it's not sort of just a repository where once you put your data in there, you sort of are then beholden to the people that have access to it. But in fact, having the ability to put constraints, to put rules around the uses, the authorized permitted uses of the various data sets that are available. So from our experience, what we find is that really this is a socio-technical problem that requires technology to be solved, but equally importantly needs a variety of social factors and human factors and data-centric approaches to be taken in order to lead to something that works at scale.
That's great, Vic. I want to turn it over to Anil to respond to that, but I think it links to one of the other questions we've received. Many of you, all of you, I think, has touched on the importance of standard definitions. I know we struggle at IRCC with data glossaries. And one question that's come in is frontline practitioners often find themselves in a world of disorganized, unclean, or missing data and have to build data pipelines from the ground up. So just as we're thinking about how to build data trusts and this push for really rapid assessment of data and getting those insights quickly, having those standardization approaches seem a bit of a challenge.
Well, thank you, Natasha. I'll just maybe add and just complement excellent points by my two colleagues. I equate it to, first of all, interoperability in itself is not an objective, right? I mean, we usually are faced with a problem or a policy kind of need or an opportunity that we want to try and address. And so data, interoperability has to be in that context, because we're not building some big surveillance data, set in the sky. What we're trying to do is to find the right balance. And I think that's where one has to step back a bit and look at it like a Lego box, with lots of pieces in it. If the pieces aren't standard and they don't, stick to each other and they don't form anything, well, you're not going to be able to build much. You're not going to be able to answer any questions or be creative or be far less innovative anyways. And so one has to step back a bit and sort of come at the problem from the classic data strategy, which is, what is it, what are those standards and definitions that data set that you're saying has greater value? What are some of the privacy and confidentiality issues that are associated with that data set? What is the necessity and proportionality that you need to bring together so that you can answer the question that is there and still have it available for more work? How do you have governance in place so that you can bring data that initially may be full with identifiers, but when you're starting to link, how can you do it in a way where you're still protecting privacy and confidentiality? So governance, transparency. How do you make sure that people understand the care that you are bringing to addressing, concerns that they may have, whether it's a business that has concerns about competitive advantage or whether it is an individual that has, legitimate privacy concerns. So I think, sometimes we jump into we have a problem, let's go collect the data and let's address the issue. But I think in many cases, the data already exists. And what we're missing actually is the data strategy and all those pieces that in the end, you can actually do things in a much more rapid fashion. And these are not, unknowns. There are lots and lots of examples where we individually in departments or collectively in entities like ours bring these different data sets together, for the purpose while maintaining all those aspects. And that is what makes data more and more valuable as you start to integrate it. And valuable in the sense of Canadians trust that we're doing the right thing with their data. And then they have the confidence that they give us to be able to do it. And as Rohinton said, we need to update our legal frameworks. We need to look at our infrastructure. We need to look at things like data trust so that people understand that it's not just a black and white. It's either privacy or access. That in fact, there are solutions that come at the nub of the issues. And we can make this a strategic advantage for Canada, whether it's in revenues that we can increase, whether it's in innovative ideas and new solutions and processes, or whether it's greater insights. Last point I'll make is that these valuable insights, these data sets that we're talking about, have to go across the full chain of, as I said, the person who is providing it, what value do they get, to the researcher and the academic that can be able to go in and get at new insights. And we need to build all those principles that I talked about in that entire value chain. And we are doing that, by the way. So we have the ability, we have the infrastructure, but it's about how do we have that conversation with Canadians to show them that this is the future and this is what we're doing now.
That's a fantastic response, Anil. And I think going back to the idea of a data strategy, I know many organizations kind of individually are really struggling with developing that for their organization. But I think just the conversation so far we're hearing, and in the questions too, like how do we expand that to the Government of Canada with really fantastic first steps with a roadmap on the data strategy. But then, noting in some of the comments that in a federation like Canada, we've also got the provinces and territories who hold much of the data that will give us some of those insights. And then on the international stage, Rohinton, you were talking about how that international standardization can also be incredibly influential. And then, of course, we've got obviously academia, civil society. People are noting that in the comments as well. So, how as organizations are trying to develop and implement their own data strategies, do we put the right pieces in place to hook up to the other ones that are being developed across the board? Rohinton, maybe can I turn to you first on that one?
Actually, maybe, Natasha, I should pass. And, you asked about how organizations are doing it. I don't run an organization that's quite doing it the way Anil and Vic's organizations are.
Sounds good. Anil, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, look, I'll just offer a point or two, and certainly I think Vic can speak to it. Had the fortune of working at NRCan at some point, so I'm going to try not to step too much into that zone. The only thing I would say is, one needs to be careful. As they say, trust is something that takes the stairs, but on its way up, but can take the elevator down very quickly. We have to know. We know that in parts of government we play regulatory and oversight roles. That's not a theory. That's reality. And so there are areas which should be go-no-go zones or should be done only, with very thoughtful policy. So it's not just because we can that we should, and we should think about who is the organization that should best do that kind of work. So, and I think that should be the case no matter what kind of a situation we're in. So yes, we should be thinking about how can we draw the greatest value out of the data, but we should be thinking about the role, the trust, who is best placed to do it, and how do you actually anonymize or de-identify those data sets. And the last point I make is, with the emergence of data science and machine learning and artificial intelligence, I mean, these have voracious appetites for data. And as you said, in most of our experiences, we found that 80% of the effort, if not more, is in cleansing the data, in normalizing it and standardizing it. And that's the nub of this whole thing, because if you don't know the definition, if you don't know what the limitations are, one data set could be for the entire population, another one could be only for adults, one could miss out on Indigenous populations in the country. And if we don't know that, if we don't know the metadata and we're just cramming it all together, well, there are going to be unintended biases and huge problems with the utility of those kinds of data sets. So the purpose and who does it, and also understanding what that data set is, how it was put together, and its limitations and its strengths.
I think very good advice, and really going back to the importance of data quality as we embark on these things. Vic, did you want to jump in on this one as well?
Yes, I think Mr. Arora has already shared some excellent points. Just to build on that, I'd say from a practitioner perspective, there's really three things that come to mind, and my colleagues have already mentioned the first one, which is very important, is how do we think of data? Do we think of data as something that is fashionable, it's trendy, everybody is talking about it, and that's why we have to do it? Or do we really think about data competency, data literacy as a source of an enduring organizational advantage? So if we take data seriously, and we're not just doing data for the sake of doing data, I think that is something that requires foresight, it requires forethought, it requires proper planning, and that's why a strategy is absolutely essential. Having a strategy and recognizing that we can't fully predict the future, so recognizing that there is a planned aspect to the strategy, but it's got the hooks in it to be able to adapt to emerging issues. For example, who knew about COVID, but certainly having a form of strategy as a guidepost is very important. The second point I want to make very quickly, and that's also the theme of this fireside chat, is the importance of community. And what we've realized, for example, in a project we're doing at Natural Resources Canada, where we are trying to understand what are the ideal locations to put electric vehicle charging stations in. Now, to answer that question, to build a recommender engine that can give you a geospatial aware recommendation, we could be limited just to the data that we have, but we're better off if we can get data from Statistics Canada, better off with data from Transport Canada, data from organizations like Fleet Karma, organizations like Tesla. And so when we put these different data sets together, their value amplification, value multiplication is exponential, not linear. That's the second point. So really having a community-centric view of managing portfolios and ensembles of data. And the third piece, as Dr. Medora mentioned, is the importance of trust, because part of the issue is that different people own different data sets. And while everybody wants everybody else's data, they are reluctant perhaps to give up their data because they recognize that there could be knowledge expropriation, there could be knowledge leakage. So in that case, having something like a data trust, which is not just a passive static repository where once you put something in and somebody else takes it, now they've got it. In fact, having metadata wrappers, and the technology exists where from end to end, when you submit data to a trust and somebody requests access to it, you programmatically define what the terms of use are, and then they can only use it for that purpose. You have that end-to-end traceability now, that end-to-end monitoring governance, as Mr. Arora mentioned. So I think these three topics, having an ecosystem view, having the notion of trust as something that is real and available today, as opposed to maybe, let's say, 5 or 10 years ago, and really thinking of data as a competence, as a source of organizational enduring differential advantage. I think those are the three things which are absolutely crucial in a data strategy.
That's excellent. Thank you, Vic. And I think that really hooks up nicely to another question that we've received, which is, whether there are any examples of value-based portfolio data sets that we can draw upon. And in particular, I would say one, maybe are there any examples that reflect some of the incredible and important elements that you've just mentioned, Vic, around trust in particular? Maybe I don't know, Vic, if you had something in mind when you were saying that.
Oh, absolutely. I'll be very, very quick. And I'll say that, for instance, this is a great question. So when we think about value, there is one way to think of value, which is we're trying to optimize for some function, which is economic value. But as Mr. Arora and Dr. Medora mentioned, value needs to be looked at in a broader context, so ESG. So I'll go back to my example of the electric vehicle grid placement recommendation engine. Here, if we're only looking at electricity grid load data, you could make some fairly good advice about where to put these charging stations, but you need to put in information about where the indigenous communities are. You need to put information about social trends. You need to put information about cultural norms and beliefs and attitudes of Canadians. So that is a great example of where, in fact, by taking a view of how do you optimize your portfolio is to look at the function that you're trying to optimize for, look at other concerns you need to consider in that optimization, and then source data sets as we have. And happy to provide additional details if folks contact us as NRCan.
That's terrific. I don't know, Anil or Rohinton, whether you wanted to provide some examples. Rohinton, go ahead.
Can I come in with just, a couple of thoughts sparked by that very good question and Vic's response. One example in my mind, and the more I probe it, the more interesting it gets, is CERN, the particle acceleration endeavor, where countries mainly are members, and there's all of this research going on, and the data is then available to all the member countries. In other words, you're the shareholder in a data trust. I mean, you might want to think about it that way. And then how it's used under certain protocols is exactly the value. And Vic's quite right to mention several times that this isn't just economic value, it's about social and other kinds of capital and value creation as well. The second example I can think of is an outfit called Statistics Canada. Think about StatsCan as a value-based portfolio, and think increasingly about all the real-time data that streams in from space-based, sensor-based, and other issues that is a national treasure. We have to think of national statistical agencies increasingly, in my humble view, Anil, as data trusts, as data stewards, who, especially in democratically elected countries and in award-winning agencies like StatCan, this should not be difficult to conceive that this is our repository of certain kinds of data, which can then be used for the public good. And we all get either direct dividends if you monetize that data, or we get indirect dividends through, the way seigniorage works for central banks, for example. So there's ways of thinking of data. And my final point on this, we've talked a bit too much about data, but again, data is not the end here, it's the means to an end. The data is the first point in a continuum that goes from data to information to knowledge to wisdom. What we should be talking about is how do we strengthen that lineage? And things like definitions, regulatory mechanism, data trust, regulatory sandboxes are about increasingly converting data into information into knowledge. And then the last one, which is the most difficult and is probably very person-based, knowledge to wisdom.
Anil, did you want to come in on that as our head of our national treasure?
Well, it's an institution, right? That was conceived, 102 years ago, and it was meant for a day where it was going to do the collection, and it was going to be the authoritative source for who we are as a nation, both social and economic. But there's a fundamental change that's happening here for all the reasons that Rohinton and Vic have talked about. And so, we need as a country to think about how do we want this institution, to continue to modernize itself, where, data are now coming from sensors from everywhere. So it's not the collection agency anymore. Processing is being enabled by, machine learning, data science, et cetera. So what is it that we want an institution that is world-class to do going forward? And I think that's the data stewardship role. It's about saying, it's about the expertise as a service, data as a service provision, and the data literacy and the numeracy as really the currency of how we propel our society forward together. But that's a definition, that's a discussion to be had. Now we're doing it. We're doing this informally, working with the school on capacity, working with our colleagues at, right across the whole government. And we showed the enormous power of, linking and showing trends and outcomes. And, we have the Canadian Centre for Energy Information. So we're building standards, propagating those standards. We're working with the Standards Council on, Data Governance Collaborative, for example, where we have, 300 people from NGOs to Indigenous governments to provinces, academia, government departments, and we're mapping out, the roadmap of standards using three very, very important case studies, one on food, one on health, and another one on open banking. So this is happening. So I would encourage colleagues to inform yourselves, become part of this ecosystem that's being nourished, and become part of the debate. And as Rohinton said, we need to have this conversation with Canadians. You know, there are so many data trust opportunities here. You know, why couldn't the energy sector come together in ways that make sense to share data that could make our industries even more competitive, more environmentally responsible, and create even greater opportunities than you can export that know-how internationally. And we could do that in so many different sectors, as my colleagues have said. Data can, in fact, be a catalyst. And as policymakers and as regulators, we need to now think very differently. It's not just about the, adding a layer, but we need to rethink what advantages there could be when we're not just getting pictures of data now, we're getting the entire movie. What does that mean for policymaking? What does that mean for insights and interactions? And what does that mean for regulations? And what does that mean for competitive advantage and IP?
That's fantastic. And I just want to come back on what a few of you have touched on, which is, like, as we think about these portfolio-based or sector-based approaches to data, and then seeing how that really fuels and harnesses across that continuum you mentioned, Rohinton, from data to analysis to knowledge to wisdom. I think you said, like, are we ready to harness that, I guess, along that spectrum and within that ecosystem? And I'm thinking about, you mentioned digital divides, Rohinton, but do we also have data divides that we need to tackle as policymakers or as those involved in these conversations so that we're more literate in this way? Vic, did you want to start on that one?
Sure, happy to, and thank you, Natasha. And I'd just like to build on something that Mr. Arora mentioned, which I think is actually a great illustration of the point that Dr. Medhora made with data to information to knowledge to wisdom. And as Mr. Arora mentioned, the case studies are excellent because you can do a case study at one point in time, but it's a virtuous cycle. So when you think about data to information to knowledge to wisdom, but then now that you are wise, now that wisdom drives the kind of knowledge which you'll need to become even wiser, and then that helps you to create new sets of information, and then that drives your search for new sets of data. So when you do this right, it becomes a virtuous cycle. When you do this not right, then unfortunately it can get caught up and it can get stagnate. I think also another point I want to emphasize, which both my colleagues have made, which is very important, is data is not something that exists in a silo. It's not something that exists in a vacuum. Its value is a product of its idiosyncratic applications. So to having a data strategy, the counterpart to that is a digital strategy. And we want to be clear is that we're talking about data, governance, trusts, all of those important aspects and characteristics, but then what type of use cases are we applying them to? So I think those excellent use cases that Mr. Arora had mentioned are great to start with. And then thinking about those use cases, what is the problem frame? What kind of solutions did those case studies uncover? Is there the opportunity to transfer learn? Is there the opportunity to collaboratively share some of the learnings from there to other use cases? So I think I really want to emphasize that once we learn from each other, once we share knowledge with each other, we can truly be a part of this movement, as Mr. Arora said, towards getting to be the virtuous cycle of learning and continual learning and improvement.
I love the idea of a virtuous cycle. I can see it mapped out in a nice placemat. But in terms of that, Rohinton, I mean, I know that we've struggled with, what's a data strategy as opposed to a digital strategy? How do we get our infrastructure on the digital side complementary to our data needs and our future ambitions? So any thoughts? You're an expert on the digital economy and data governance. Thoughts on your end, Rohinton?
The thing about data, and Anil correctly mentioned that it's not oil, it's plutonium. The other side to it is that it's of multi-use, right? And in the previous panel, there was a colleague, I think, from the University of Toronto from the health field who mentioned definitional issues and the socioeconomic determinants of health. So here's the thing. An important predictor of whether you smoke or not might be, and actually is, the education level of your mother, okay? Now, does that make the data about the education level of mothers health data? economic data or something else. And this is the problem with data, is that every data point is about the quality of our democracy, how prosperous we are, how happy we are, how healthy we are, and how secure we are, among other things. And so this is why it's useful to think of data not in the same discrete way that we think of other things, but to think of it in terms of issues. There's 2 or 3 questions from clearly experts and practitioners at the coalface about longitudinal data sets, the fact that we have historic data. How do you match that if definitions change with modern data? And this also connects with the same thing. How do you do longitudinal analysis when data is happening in real time and perhaps shifting? And I'd say 2 things to that. 1, the sooner you have a strategy, the better. Don't bother with calling it, and this was your question, Natasha, in some ways, is it a data strategy? Is it a digital strategy? No. Think about what are your national objectives and then work backwards from how we achieve them. And you know, the fact that it's strategy A or not B is almost incidental to that process. So 1, you know, start somewhere. Second, at the rate at which data, especially sensor-based data, is being generated, if you have historic data that's not usable, so be it. Think of it as a sunk cost. Start now, and within 6 months or a year, you'll have plenty of data. And this is especially true in natural resource management and in health. But third, investing resources in getting data sets up to speed might be one of the best investments we might make. And I know all of your budgets are strapped. I know all of that. I'm simply saying to you, if you ranked by social rate of return, the various things governments can do, and this is relatively inexpensive in the scheme of things exercise, getting data sets ready for the next millennium could be one of the best investments we make.
I see you nodding your head, Anil. From a Stats Can perspective, what does that look like in terms of getting our data sets ready for the next millennium?
That's been the theme of the day, right? And we are showing example after example after example of that journey from, an observation, which is then encapsulated in a data point, which then, makes its way up to greater utility. We have obviously on the immigration front, I think you and your colleague Umit, who work with us, know very, very intimately, the kind of information that we can get from the immigration database to then being able to make decisions around, policies on, the kind of point system and how do we want to change it so that it's better aligned to our needs. The work that we've been doing with our colleagues in the Indigenous area and working with the province of Saskatchewan, for example, where we said, okay, here is the cost of a single mom with a couple of kids today from a policy perspective. And, what are the right interventions that are going to, stop that drift, if you like, in 3 generations from now, where the costs of supporting that one family is going to go, 5 times as large as it is today. What is the thing that's going to make a difference? Is it in health? Is it in education? Is it in keeping the mom in school longer? What is it that's going to make the difference? The kind of work that we've been doing with our colleagues in BC and in the opioids crisis, which, as you know, has once again reared its ugly head, by looking at those that perished and going back in time and tracing, the interactions and potential interaction points that we had with the justice system or the health system, can give us a clue about where we need to go. And I would say the pandemic is a perfect case study where we need to go back a bit to guide how we go forward a bit, because there are tremendous, I think, learnings, and I think we need to get the whole data ecosystem ready to be able to do that. Thank you.
Those are excellent pieces of advice. I see Enrico's back on the screen, which means we're very quickly running out of time on this fantastic panel. Maybe just one last question to all of you for 30-second responses. Is there sort of one piece of advice that you would give those here at the conference as we think about how to prepare our organizations, our digital strategies, our data strategies, our data sets for that, really to grab onto those lessons you were talking about, Anil, and be ready for a more innovative and inclusive approach. So I'll start maybe alphabetically. Anil, you first.
I would just say, think about data and data strategy and partner. We're happy to help at Statistics Canada first, not as an afterthought later, but first. Think about, what is that data? What are the sources? And what we need to get to make it usable. Far too long, we think of it after. We need to think of it up in advance.
Rohinton?
I'd say just pick your organization's biggest challenge or biggest public policy goal. Work backwards from it. I'd be stunned if data and data management was not a key part of the solution, and then do it. In other words, don't worry about, this is Anil's very wise advice about don't let perfection be the enemy of the good. Select your spots as a country, as a ministry, work towards it. And that, coupled with frameworks and the increasing cooperation that we see around this, will get us crab-like to where we want to go.
Vic, your turn.
Yes, thank you, Natasha. And the quick point I'll make is think about this as a journey with partners. Take an ecosystem-centric view. Take a community-centric view. Recognize and understand that the types of problems that your organization is dealing with when it comes to creating and realizing strategic value from data is something that others are grappling with as well in the federal family and beyond. So please partner with each other, partner with us at NRCan, partner with StatsCan, CG, etc., just to make sure that we can collectively get to the destinations quicker, faster, together than separately.
Fantastic advice from all of you, and pieces of wisdom that I will take very close to heart. Enrico, are we good on time? Should I be turning this over to you now?
Bienvenue à cette session qui portera sur la mise en œuvre des stratégies de données au gouvernement du Canada. My name is Alain Baudouin.
Je m'appelle Alain Baudouin du Conseil privé. J'aimerais vous présenter les...
who will make presentations in a few minutes to kickstart the conversation. First, we have Julie McCauley, who is the Chief Results and Delivery Officer at ISAD. We also have Daniel McDonald, who is the Director General, Strategic Policy, and also the Chief Data Officer at NRCan. Jamie Smith, who is the ECCC's Chief Data and also the Chief Results Officer, and comes from a strong background in data management. And last but not least, we have Tom Dufour, who's the Director General at Statistics Canada Strategic Data Management Branch. So we're running behind a little bit in time. So, my introduction will be very brief today before I turn to our panelists for their presentation. And hopefully we'll have time to have a few questions. Wanted to raise 3 points today to just set the stage for the conversation and the presentation. First, as most of you know, back in 2018, Statistics Canada, Treasury Board, as well as PCO, my shop, worked very closely with most of you to develop a framework, to develop, like a data strategy roadmap that will help guide, the development of customized and departmental data strategies. And today we're going to have our panelists who will tell us in terms of how it went and some of the lessons learned. And one other thing at the outset that I want to say is to recognize that there's been tremendous progress in the last 2 years on that front. And we're going to learn today about, like so many things. And you'll probably have other sessions who will talk about, like some of the advancements, but also challenges and opportunities that have been faced in the last couple of years. My second point is I'm going to state the obvious. We've all been disrupted by COVID. You have all been disrupted by COVID in terms of your daily job, probably. Ça a eu beaucoup d'incidence aussi sur les différents ministères.
This has had an impact on different departments. But the point I want to underline here is that the importance of data has never been as great.
So important, nor has science been. So it's one thing that, like I'm sure our colleagues will talk about today. My third point is where to from here? Where to from here? What does that mean? And we're going to learn, we're going to hear from our colleagues today in terms of where to from here, what it means. I would say from my perspective and where I stand is that we need to double down. We need to be even more aggressive in terms of building the ecosystem and the collaboration within and outside departments that will, allow us collectively to do a better job from that perspective and to surface, the data that we need and to, increase and improve our ability to provide the best advice possible. And that includes also, our ability to, find disaggregated data. For those of you who work within the federal family, I just point to the supplemental mandate letters that the Prime Minister issued to your respective ministers a few weeks back. There are many, many references to data, many, many references to disaggregated data, and also, a premium paid on the importance of GBA plus analysis. And most of you, and Tom might speak to this, we know that COVID has had, a great impact on, vulnerable populations, on racialized, populations. But to better understand the impacts and the solutions, we're going to have to do a better job collectively and individually in figuring out in terms of how to get access to that data. Donc sur ce, je vais prendre une pause.
So I'll stop here and I'll turn to our panelists who have about 10 minutes each for their presentations. And after that, we can have a session of Q&A. Because of technology, unfortunately, we can't have direct questions from the audience, but I hope this will be pleasant for all of you. Julie, it's all yours.
Deland, and thanks so much to the conference organizers for having me here today to talk about ISED's data strategy, and I like to call this from vision to implementation. So if we can move to the second slide. I want to just set the stage on what is ISED. So ISED is the department known as Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada. So what's that? Essentially, it's the old Industry Canada that continues to provide support to all areas of industry, but it also includes groups like Innovation Canada, Canadian Intellectual Property Office, Corporations Canada, the Office of the Superintendent of Bankruptcy, the Competition Bureau, and sectors that are focusing on SME growth, business number adoption, and digital transformation. We have about 5,300 permanent employees, but more than that if we count the temporary and contract workers in offices that are located all across the country. We directly support 4 ministers who are responsible for in and around 8 or 9% of the mandate commitments in government, and we also indirectly support at least 3 other ministers. And their portfolios are very vast. So they range from innovation to science to trade to tourism to skills to business growth, and the list goes on. ISED is also the lead department for 17 portfolio agencies, including the Regional Development Agencies, Statistics Canada, the NRC, the Science Granting Councils, the Space Agency, and that's just to name a few. So I think it's fair to say when we set the stage for this conversation, we generate a wealth of data across a number of disparate business lines. So turning to our next slide, what has been our data journey? We started in spring of 2018 when work was beginning on the development of the federal strategy, and we recognized the need to have an internal strategy within ISED that aligned to those overarching federal objectives. Our starting point was to conduct a series of departmental-wide consultations to understand our data state. And what we found is that colleagues were consistently highlighting the same concerns related to data governance, data access, and skills development. But they were also flagging other issues that were related to technological support for data-related work, and the fact that we actually needed some time to play with data and to do some experimentation. So after hearing from colleagues, we settled on some common business drivers. So in other words, the answer to the question is, why are we doing all this work and making this investment? And then we set out to develop our strategy, our vision, our framework, and aligned it to those key business drivers. And after engaging with Gartner to conduct a data maturity assessment, we started implementing. So on this next slide, what you see is our data strategy. Our vision is that ISED leverages the power of data to foster a growing, competitive, and knowledge-based economy, and that vision statement aligns directly with the mandate of the department. Our mission is truly focused on employees. It's what do they need to achieve excellence in serving Canadians and Canadian businesses. We have 5 business drivers that cover the spectrum of activities within the department. So we have service delivery, regulation and enforcement, policy development, evaluations, and reporting. But we also include one very important driver, which is looking at our internal services and making sure that we're operating as effectively and as efficiently as a department. We have 4 goals. 2 are outward facing and 2 are inward facing, but they're all related to our mission and our vision. We have 6 pillars. Those pillars reflect exactly what we heard through our departmental consultations, but they also align directly with the federal strategy. And we have our activities occurring over 3 phases. What you'll see on the strategy is some bolded text with some underlying text. Each of those bolded pieces of text is our overarching objective for that pillar in that phase of the strategy. And then the text underneath is actually embedded metrics so that we can track our progress. So turning to the next slide, I'd like to just be very, very happy to say that we've almost completed our first phase of the strategy implementation, where we focused on developing awareness, understanding, and literacy around data. So let's talk a little bit about what we've done to date, starting with the next slide. So governance with respect to data is essential as we move forward in leveraging it as an asset. And after close to 2 years of consultation, we've developed and implemented a robust data governance structure that includes all levels of the enterprise, from our deputy ministers at their senior management table, through to our program data stewards that are operationalizing data governance within the department. And we're currently testing our structure through a series of pilot initiatives. Data access is all about making our data discoverable, shareable, and usable. Working across the department, we've created the ISED data catalog, and it contains over 400 distinct data assets. And now that we know what enterprise data we have, we're focusing on our ability to share the data, which is critical for all of us to undertake our work. We're examining the legislative barriers to accessing and sharing, both perceived barriers and real barriers. And we're developing common consent statements for the department when looking to share data. Within ISED, we currently lack a common set of data standards, policies, and guidelines to direct our data management and analytics. We're currently finalizing data standards for key elements used to identify Canadian businesses. And once launched, these data standards, along with their associated metadata documentation, will enhance the interpretability, the coherence, the comparability, and the interoperability across all of ISED's data assets. These will be complemented by investments in data policies and guidelines, as well as data models and other products, including data quality guidelines, and also, I think very importantly, a framework on the ethical use of AI. We need to support our staff to ensure that they're equipped to take on the data challenges ahead. And the first step is understanding our data literacy. So we've undertaken a pilot using Databilities and started to create our own data literacy personas. We've also invested in ways to increase data literacy and awareness across the department by creating something called the Chief Data Office Learning Events. Something happens every couple of weeks. We have a learning event and bring people in. And we also have a one-stop shop for a wiki that supports the work of the CDO and the strategy. The identification of data-related learning and development for all groups and levels has also started, and we're thinking through our talent acquisition. Fostering innovation through pilot projects that respond to key business drivers is critical as a component for our data strategy. Currently underway are a series of projects that respond to specific needs within the department, whether it's responding to requirements from the Office of the Superintendent of Bankruptcy or looking at how we're outsourcing skills. And many of these use AI. Hence, we just completed an AI academy and labs that are targeted to all levels of the department so we can level set. And then finally, our priorities related to technology focus on the development of a technological roadmap to support the data strategy. And this is critical when we think about the tools and tech needed by employees working in the data sphere, particularly, as we like to call them, those power users. So turning to the next slide, what are some of the things that we've learned along the way? So the first thing is creating a data strategy, setting up a data office, and rethinking your approach to data is fundamentally a culture shift, which means that you need to communicate and engage early and often. And the one thing I'll stress is don't complicate your message. Keep it simple, tangible, and relatable. And one thing to note is when you think that people have heard your message, it's only just starting to resonate. Another key lesson learned was the need for champions. And you need to have champions to help you move your strategy forward. And those strategies can be anyone at any level within the department. And this was really critical for us at ISED, which is a very decentralized group. Once you build your strategy and develop your vision, you might think, great, fits on one page. We can do it in a year or 2 years. What you need to realize is that you won't be able to do it all at once. And you need to pick your main areas of focus or the main pain points for your department. And then the other thing to realize is that your road to achieving your vision is going to be more windy than straight, and sometimes you may actually encounter a tree in the middle of your path. When we first planned our data office, we had 3 models, and I call it kind of the ladder through to the Cadillac. And the financial realities being what they were, we didn't receive enough money for the Cadillac. But what we realized is that we didn't need piles of money at the very beginning. What we needed was enough money to do 2 things. The first was to have a core group of people to launch the strategy and some key initiatives under the 6 pillars. And secondly, was sufficient funds to undertake some critical projects that demonstrate value. We focused on pilots that are designed to solve real business problems at ISED, and they have helped us to show the art of the possible with data across the department. On this next slide, I think the picture says it all. The implementation of data strategies and focusing on leveraging data at the enterprise level is essentially about asking your colleagues to reevaluate and change their business processes and practices. You will encounter obstacles as you progress in your implementation, but in my mind, it all goes back to that communication and engagement and showing business value early. And then finally, for all of you in the virtual room, and particularly those of you that are leaders and champions of change, don't be shy. Call others and ask for help, for advice. There's many of us that are living the same reality as you. The picture on the right of this slide was taken at last year's data conference by my colleague Gillian Dawson from Health Canada. And what she says in her tweet is so true. There is constant communication between all of us in the data community, and we're all here to help. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Alain, and thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Julie. This is, very good overview, and I think, good food for thought as we turn our attention to the other presentations. And I really like in terms of your set of questions towards the end. So let's turn now for, a perspective from NRCan, and I'll ask Danielle if you could provide us with an overview as to lessons learned and key takeaways from an NRCan's perspective. Over to you, Danielle.
Thank you. So I'm here speaking for an organization of over 4,500 employees in a range of science, policy, and program functions. Data has always been critical to our mandate. We do things like remote sensing, Earth observation, mapping and surveying, and this generates and requires enormous amounts of data, a mountain in fact. The natural resources sectors, that's forests, mines and minerals and energy, are together responsible for almost 17% of our country's GDP and about 2 million jobs. And that needs accurate and timely data if we're going to support Canada's prosperity, reduce the risk of climate change, and move forward on a shared path of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. So we know that digital transformation is fundamentally changing our sectors and our role in them. And that pressure motivated the formalization of the NRCan data strategy. Our strategy, a bit of a trident you see here, has 2 parts. The first part is the foundation, and it's very intuitive. All it means is that you need the right data at the right time, accessible to people with the skills, platform, and tools to make information out of it. We break this into 5 elements. First, people, the people trying to do their jobs. To succeed as an organization, we must all be individually responsible for data, both for its management and for its use. So we need a culture of data literacy, established with recruitment, training, and knowledge transfer. We need a platform to work on. That means the right IT for today and for tomorrow, because everything is changing. And they need partnerships, meaning they're relationships for acquiring, for sharing, and for disseminating data. They need access to quality data. This means governance, always an interesting discussion, to apply data management principles and provisions for privacy and security. And they need the tools to turn data into information. It is that information that ultimately supports our planning, our decision-making, and our program delivery, and is the point of the whole exercise. So strong data organization is strong in all of these areas. So progress must be made evenly. Again, this is all very intuitive. There's no point in having applications with no data in them after all. The second aspect of our strategy has to do with our uses of data. How and where are we achieving outcomes for Canadians with this strategic asset? This value proposition is the core of our philosophy. This is all just a means to an end. If we aren't making it easier to do our jobs, to deliver on our mandate to Canadians in some realizable way, then we're doing the wrong things. So our trident is value. As a science and mapping organization, for example, we generate that mountain of potentially useful data. How do we make it available to stakeholders so that it aids in their decision making? Relevance. How do we acquire and use data to generate policy, programming, and science that is relevant to Canadians? And influence. Our stakeholders generate their own mountains of valuable data. So how can we encourage them to use it for knowledge generation and competitive advantage for Canada? This guides our thinking about which data activities we should be engaging in, when, and in what sequence as the world changes. So how's it going? Many organizations characterize themselves in a crawl, walk, run scale when we're developing our data strategies. Of course, every department has its own leaders, and NRCan is the same. So we've been approaching this by building on our strengths and successes to date. We've always pushed the value of data. We were early adopters of open data principles, and currently we are the third largest federal open data provider. We have that data mountain, and we've always been trying to mobilize it to create value for Canadians. We built the Federal Geospatial platform, a leading source of geospatial data. It has over 4,500 geospatial data sets, all available online. And we launched the Canadian Centre for Energy Information last October with StatCan, making available 500 products from over 50 data providers. We established a shared production model with StatCan for our mineral surveys, and we produce data on up to 50 commodities annually. We are anticipating the impact of digital transformation. We have a digital accelerator, a crack squad that helps rapidly adopt advanced solutions like AI for departmental research and programs. And Vic Pence spoke just earlier about this, and I hope you caught him. So strong data management has also enabled success in our COVID response. We were well positioned for digital collaborations because we'd already done the hard work on enterprise data management, taking a whole of government approach to managing and sharing geospatial information that conforms to international standards. So result, we were able to stand up a cloud-based COVID dashboard together with FAC and StatCan in less than 72 hours. Now we do have our challenges, and the choice of our data strategy brand, One NRCan, was deliberate. It was meant to foster that sense of NRCan as an enterprise, that there's value in interoperable, shared data that can be applied across business lines and subject matters, and that we have to progress together. So an important condition for the successful implementation of the data strategy was satisfied in a recent department-wide governance reform. So if we can change slide, please. Our responsibilities for data are shared across 3 positions, reflecting the different parts of our mandate. So the CIO is responsible for enterprise data management, those 5 foundational elements that I described. Chief Scientist and Chief Science Advisor, that's Vic Pant, recognizing the prominence of science in the departmental mandate and resources. And then the Chief Data Officer, that's me, focused on the strategic use of data, gap identification and horizontal prioritization of investment and acquisition, which fits with my other role as the DG of Strategic Policy. Now, this works because we have realigned corporate governance structures to support integrated planning and have now formally included all 3 of these roles in data. So I co-chair a now formally mandated DG Committee on Economic Analysis and Data that supports an ADM policy committee. The Chief Science Advisor heads an ADM Science Committee, and the CIO heads DG committees that support on the operations side. But we are all linked to each other and explicitly support a new integrated planning and reporting committee that is chaired by the deputy. So we are actively and formally managing data not as a separate stream, but as a departmental asset that needs to be managed from an enterprise perspective, just like HR and finances. And I just think this is really important to success from an enterprise perspective. This will move us from what I call the pockets of excellence to an enterprise mentality. Going forward, we are identifying achievable and concrete steps so that we will make incremental progress in all aspects of our data strategy. We will work to establish visibility over all our data holdings so that we can identify and prioritize our data gaps. We'll build our departmental data repositories and design them to support multiple applications. We'll be continuing to work on external partnerships. like with Statistics Canada and other departments like IRCC in provinces and territories, to get access to timely disaggregated data on priority areas to the department. And we will continue working with stakeholders in the importance of establishing the capacity for data management with their own data to set that foundation for digital transformation. So with that, I thank you, and back to Ellen.
Thanks so much. Very interesting and fascinating in terms of how your organization, restructured or looked at the governance in order to empower, like the enterprise approach. So very interesting model that could resonate with other organizations as well. Thank you, Danielle. Without further ado, let me turn to Jamie to have the IRCC's perspective and maybe some of the key lessons learned. Over to you, Jamie.
Merci, Alain. Et pour commencer.
Thank you, Alan. To start off, I'd like to give you a little example to show the need of cooperation, standards, MIT, and the links between decision-making and data.
Because I want to indicate to you that we have lessons to learn that we can leverage, and that is what we're doing in part at Environment Canada to reach our mandate. So the example I'm going to give you is the weather enterprise. The Meteorological Service of Canada exists within Environment Canada, and we have a very clear mandate in that particular area to provide weather forecasts and weather warnings to protect Canadians. How do we do that? Well, interestingly enough, they're celebrating their 150th anniversary this year, so they've been managing data quite a long time as part of Environment Canada. And they work with a UN agency called the World Meteorological Organization, which has established norms for exchange and formats of data based on agreements. And so they collaborate and exchange data on a 10-minute exchange cycle around the world, all countries around the world. So they have real-time data available to run their models, and they share the outputs of their models through the World Meteorological Organization. So that means they have real-time data. So can you imagine if we had that for the World Health Organization during COVID? That would have been pretty good. We would have known what was going on in Wuhan at the time. We would have known what's going on throughout the country in Canada in the same standards and forms. Stats Canada done an amazing job of pulling it together for Canada, and the world has come together. But my point is that this is an organization that puts out petabytes of data a day and has been doing it for a long time. So we need to leverage the good examples that are there, and it is absolutely a model that we need to look upon. Next slide, please. So to return to what Environment Canada is all about, we are really a science-based department, very much like Daniel. We are a natural resource department too. We have a lot of science data information that we've been doing for a long time, and it underpins our ability to deliver our mandate. And that is, we also have a lot of regulatory data as well. And maybe that is an area that we're trying to improve and leverage our things that we're doing. So we really need to, our mandate really is to minimize the threats to Canadians and their environment from pollution and to equip Canadians to make informed decisions, weather, water, air, climate conditions, and to conserve and restore Canada's natural environment. So a big mandate. Everybody's probably heard about the climate plan that was recently announced. So we have a strong mandate from the government to deliver on certain things, but we've also got strong services that are going in place. I have some examples off to the right-hand side of the slide showing the Canadian Centre for Climate Services, the weather app, and of course, as I mentioned already, the weather system that has already provides Canadians with real-time information is the most popular website in the federal government, at least the last I checked. So we're responsible for enforcing over 77 environmental regulations. So it's a big thing. We have over 7,000 employees and a lot of data to deal with. But there's a huge range that we have in experience, from the example that I started with to areas in our department perhaps to deal with more socioeconomic data and regulatory data that has not got the same level of maturity within the department. So that's one of our big challenges. So to make a good decision, you really need to think about sustainable development. You need socioeconomic and environmental data to inform yourself on making decisions. And that's what we are trying to do here. And I think one of my messages is going to be to you is that I think we're hearing a lot today around socioeconomic data and the focuses and the strong things that Tom will talk about that StatsCan's doing. But we also have data and strengths in other areas that are good, but we need to leverage those. Next slide, please. So in 2019, my predecessor, John Walsh, came forward with the data and analytics strategy, and it's designed to address the key areas of the department. You saw already you'll see common themes. They align nicely with, of course, the federal strategy, but we've tailored them to deal with each of our department's areas. This action plan we renew every year, and I'll show you our action plan on the next slide in a little bit more detail to give you some examples of how we're going about that. Thank you. The next slide. So we have 5 pillars: governance, infrastructure, strategic asset, empowering people and culture, and data transparency. This is a report card and probably makes people nervous when they put up how they're doing, but I'll tell you that the ones in red are ones that are largely been impacted by trying to implement something that our strategy before was designed to do, which is face-to-face meetings. So I'll go through these one by one. First of all, I'll start off with data governance and what are we doing there. One of the things under our data strategy is we decided we wanted to develop a data policy for the department, and we're almost on the verge of having that go to senior management approval. That looks at all the principles around data, including privacy, security, management, values and ethics, and into one document. So we've pulled together central agency principles, and then we've assigned those principles to roles and responsibilities for the deputy minister, for the branch heads or ADMs or VPs, depending on where you are, and then employees as well. So that is coming forward. And at the same time, we're not as far ahead as some of the others who presented today in terms of having a governance framework in place, but we have one drafted up. The key there is to integrate decision-making, as I think Daniel demonstrated. They're integrating decisions around IM and IT and data needs at the same time, which is fantastic. The second one is the enterprise architecture and what we're doing on that. And our CIO is leading a strong effort to provide stronger infrastructure, requiring data hubs to do that. As a strategic asset, a key thing, and I think Julie mentioned this in terms of having a really good data asset inventory and being able to evaluate the state of where your data is at, and then being able to prioritize that data sets for addressing those. We also have been doing some artificial intelligence pilots and some projects, which my team does a very good job working with others. But AI is some places a great place to show what we can do with data, as is analytics. But there are parts of my department that are weak on just data management, and we all know, I think, that 90% of the job is getting the data ready and having it interoperable. Empowering people, again, I said this is one where we're having some trouble with in terms of implementing our strategy. A lot of our events were based upon implementing strategies for face-to-face meetings and learning. So we're revamping that. We're taking a step back in the context of COVID to see if we could organize great events like the one we're at today, and looking at different ways of approaching that. Finally, data transparency. So I think people know what we mean by that. It's really data sharing and making sure those are there and available. We've been looking at that very carefully in terms of how it is. And I would say that my experience and lesson learned there is that the Canadians and maybe even other departments don't even know where to find each other's data. Daniel mentioned the Federal Geospatial Platform. I know that Tom will probably talk about the platform he's working on to share data and have common standards, but they don't even know where to find them. And I found that very recently because one of the key thrusts for our organization is the Canada Water Agency and developing a data strategy for that. And we're finding that really people just don't know where they are. Final slide, please. I hope I'm on time. So my key message is that ECC, like many organizations, does have a long history of data management practice in some areas, but we have weaknesses as well. The implementation of our strategy has gone well, but we are having some challenges with data literacy. A key thing here is linking, decisions around IMIT and data priorities and making sure we're doing a good job of that. Also, I would say getting senior management buy-in. We're trying to look at how, when MCs and Treasury Board submissions are being made, that data is really integrated. As I think Daniel says, it looks like he's doing that. And so with that, I'll finish off because I already made those points to administration. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Jamie. This is great. A few key takeaways for me in terms of your presentation that resonated. Obviously interdependencies, interoperability, transparency, searchability. But the last point you made is an important one, which I've mentioned, to many, and in different fora, is the importance to make sure that the data requirements, the gaps, the opportunities are surfaced and integrated as part of the various memorandum of the cabinet, Treasury Board submissions, and so on. So as a CRDO or your chief financial officer, from my own perspective, should not sign off on any of those submissions without ensuring that those parameters are factored in. So just an observation on that front. So let me turn to Tom, who will give us a perspective from StatsCan, because they see a lot as to what's going on. They see some of the challenges, sometimes at the 30,000-foot level, in some cases, much deeper, but in a lot of cases, much deeper. So Tom, over to you.
Merci beaucoup, Alain, et bonjour.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Alain. It's a pleasure to be here with you today with my colleagues on this panel to speak of the implementation of our data strategy.
To us speak this morning how so many differences sometimes between our departments, so many similarities. And I think this comes out very clearly. So as you know, Statistics Canada is a large data organization, and we provide unbiased, high-quality data that are integral to the well-functioning society. Very broadly, our mandate is to promote and develop integrated social, economic, and environmental statistics about Canada and Canadians across all sectors. It also includes collaborating with government departments and agencies to not only collect and publish statistical information, but also to promote integration and avoid duplication. But our organization has evolved significantly over the past several years, and this continues to shift, especially now in the age of big data and a lot more players in the data game. Now, our role has evolved from being an exclusive data provider to a data steward or a service provider. And we have always been sharing our expertise on things such as collaborative workspaces, data analytics, data quality, and other data foundations. As Alain mentioned earlier, and going back just a few years now, Statistics Canada was one of the 3 organizations responsible for the creation of the data strategy roadmap for the Federal Public Service. And we started working on our own data strategy while contributing towards that roadmap. Now, at that time, we were well on our way to our own modernization agenda. And that agenda was built on 5 very important pillars for us. It was to be more user-centric in our delivery. It was to build statistical capacity, sharing and collaboration, leading-edge methods and data integration, and a flexible and modern workplace. We were also at that time going through a digital transformation and the development of an enterprise information management strategy. Now, even though we are a data organization, the challenges identified in the roadmap, issues such as the absence of horizontal governance, cultural reticence to breaking silos, the lack of adequate digital infrastructure, the challenge of acquiring, governing, and managing large volumes of disparate data, these were all very similar to challenges that we had within our own organization. So we wanted to really develop a strategy that was going to take us to the future. And the StatsCan data strategy was written by us for us. We wanted to make sure that all our employees could see themselves and see their work in this strategy. We wanted them all to be able to understand what it meant to be a better data steward, that their role was really a big part of their role was to play the role of being a data steward, and to understand where we need to go to provide better value and better outcomes for Canadians. We wanted to really ensure that we had an all of StatsCan approach to data, which could enable a whole of government approach to data. And another very important driver, and this is, Alain touched upon it a little bit, and for those of you who've been listening in on some of the conversations tomorrow, Our strategy needs to be taking into consideration the changing requirement for information needs. Now, back when we wrote our data strategy, the importance to provide this type of information and these insight, we were looking at trying to respond to some of the complex and important changes in our economy and our society. So at the time, we were looking at things such as the opioid crisis, the legalization of cannabis, the impact on property values of foreign ownership. And needless to say, over the past year, we can all see how new priorities can emerge very quickly, and we need to be well positioned to be able to respond and provide that information to decision makers and to Canadians. Another really important goal of the StatsCan data strategy, and it's been touched upon by all my colleagues this morning, is the notion of making sure data is fair. It needs to be findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And we need to be able to do that by making sure our employees are well skilled and equipped, and that the data we have is managed strategically. It's accessible and well protected. Next slide, please. So the data strategy roadmap included many commitments to be led by StatsCan, and we refer to those as our key signature initiatives. And we've moved forward on 3 of these initiatives. We've launched the data literacy platform last fall, and this platform includes interactive training courses on different parts of the data lifecycle. We've also been actively working with the Canada School of Public Service to develop training. The Data Science Network, which you will hear a lot about over the next 2 days, was also launched last fall and now includes over 1,000 members. And the goal of the network is to share expertise and experiences to accelerate data science competencies. The third signature initiative is our data stewardship engagement strategy, which we've also kicked off. Now, following the release of departmental data strategies at the end of 2019, we've been meeting and consulting with a number of our Government of Canada organizations to discuss their data strategies, see where we can help, where we can learn, and to drive their data agenda. There's also other examples of where we've really been working in collaboration with other organizations. This morning, during the opening remarks, you heard about the great work that's being done by the Canadian Data Governance Standardization Collaborative, which is co-chaired by our Chief Statistician. And this collaborative, which includes hundreds of participants from across government, industry, and broader civil society, spent all of 2020 working on their own roadmap, scoping out priority areas for data governance that might benefit from standardization. And finally, we've been chairing or co-chairing a number of the working groups created under the Enterprise Data Community of Practice. And we've been committed to working in collaboration with the rest of the federal family to ensure that data remains a priority. With regards to the implementation of our data strategy, I would say the following were really key facilitators: a strong organizational governance, and governance practices and policies that promote a holistic data decisions and strategic direction. The development of and adoption of an information management vision, which is built on 10 guiding principles and touches across all data foundations. Now, our EIDM implementation plan has led to a number of horizontal business and IT partnerships and has led to us working together towards this common vision. And we also, I need to mention again another key facilitator here, the breadth and depth of data knowledge and expertise within our organization. In addition to a lot of subject matter expertise, we have a large complement of competencies and skill sets like data scientists, modelers, privacy experts, and even an entire division devoted to statistical standards, just to name a few. And most recently, in order to facilitate the implementation of our data strategy, we've very recently created an office of the CDO, which for us is going to be the authoritative voice to data stewardship and will be the caretaker of our roadmap. The StatsCan data strategy is essentially, we see it as the Bible of the OCDO. And last slide, the global pandemic has really demonstrated the power of data more than ever, the power to drive decisions. That data will help drive decisions. And our StatsCan data strategy is an evergreen document, and it needs to guide us on our path forward. So what do we expect to focus on? Well, I think we need to continue to build on what we do well, continue to be positioned to respond to the emerging data needs of Canadians. I think it's critical that employees must be at the center of our strategy. We must ensure that they continue to be well-skilled and equipped to move us forward. Our lessons learned, observations over the last year will also help on working on evergreening our strategy. What we've seen, integration data yields more powerful insight, and this requires proper data foundations to build it right. And there's been a lot of talk already this morning about the need for standards and moving those forward. That's going to be a critical element moving forward. So the work on standards, data pipelines, sharing platforms, analytics, this is work that we need to accelerate on our data strategy roadmap. And more than ever, we've seen that data becomes more valuable with greater sharing and through partnerships. Daniel earlier mentioned the collaborative work that was done, so some of the situational dashboards. This was one really important observation, and I think that we've all learned that data is a team sport, and we are stronger together. We've also learned a lot about the importance of data strategies, and not just at the organizational level, but also at the project level to get the most out of these initiatives. A lot of the larger projects that we've undertaken recently have come together through a data strategy to think it through and to make sure that we're going to maximize, well articulate our outcomes, or the problem that we're trying to solve, and how we're going to get to those outcomes. And finally, I believe that being external facing has never been more important. We need to share what we've done for our own business. This will ensure that we continue to play a leadership role in the implementation of the data strategy for the federal public service. Back to you, Alain.
Merci, Tom. Très bon sommaire.
Excellent summary, excellent overview, Tom, of all the endeavors undertaken by the agency on a daily basis.
Mention is also how is it that StatsCan has adapted and moved towards, like supporting the government's, the government's, assessment of COVID. But just to give you an example in terms of how fast they turn around, they quickly implemented, a crowdsourcing initiative on the impacts of COVID on Canadians, and they published the results as early as April of 2020. So, think back in terms of, how fast this was and how, critical that information was. And they were a great partner for us at PCO, but also in various, departments in partnering and working very closely to try to figure out ways to have access to the data and as disaggregated as they could be, or as we could, in order to, inform, the government, and they continue to do so. So that's one thing I just wanted to underscore from that perspective. And it's want to thank you on behalf of all of our colleagues. Now, we have a few minutes left. We have about 13 minutes. We have an additional 5 minutes given the fact that we started late. So what we'll do is we'll focus on a couple of questions. And we had developed some questions in advance of this session to make sure that you get the best out of it. And we'll start with the first one because it's really important that, we think about, what is it that we would change if we could tomorrow? So from that perspective, and Danielle, I would like you to give us some thoughts as to if there was one thing that you could snap your fingers on and see through progress, in the public service with respect to data, what would it be?
Thanks. For me, it's a data culture point because the right culture gives the mindset for approaching everything else. And it's like Tom mentioned, and I wish that we could truly internalize that concept of data as an asset for the public service, that we're all on the same team, like you said. Because practically speaking, issues are so complex and involve so many partners to deliver results that differences in interdepartmental practices on data sharing and data management just turn into barriers for our own success. And I thought, the point was for a federal data strategy and supported by individual departmental data strategies, it was giving effect to that concept of it's a federal asset. And if we can see our own individual data strategies as our own expressions of how we're collectively managing data as a strategic asset for the government of Canada, then it makes it such that you'll be able to coordinate change across the sub-organizations of your own departments as well, because progress there is just as variable. And so if you have that meta frame set, then it helps everybody to pull together.
Great, great suggestion. Julie, is there anything that you would like to add to that question?
So I really do agree with Daniel's answer, like that's a critical piece, but also kind of building on this whole notion of a data culture. And we heard it this morning in one of the panels, I think it was Ema from ESDC mentioned it, about the whole need to look at data literacy and kind of have a government-wide approach to how we deal with data literacy. So, you know, we've kind of got every department's doing their own thing. Some of us are coming together in terms of data abilities. We've got great work that Tom mentioned from StatsCan in terms of the data literacy training platform. The CSPS is doing a lot. But if we just pulled our efforts together and started to look at how we approach data literacy, data-related skills, because we're all pulling from the same pot of people to work on this. But how do we upskill new people, and how do we bring them into government and onto the data journey? Because, you know, data mining, data analysis, understanding how to use data, store data, the importance of things like data standards, those are all critical components for us to be successful, regardless of which department you're in.
Couldn't agree more, couldn't agree more. And one thing I would say, just to add on this, is that also, you know, like, it's one thing also to share the information and data, you know, within departments and between departments, but also think about the way that, how you share that data. It can't be done, you know, through analog ways. It needs to be done through digital ways where, you know, like, it's easy to manipulate. It's easy to, you know, like, work with and share more holistically. So anyway, so I see too many analog sharing of data, which is good, but it shouldn't be analog nowadays. Now let me turn to you again, Julie. You know, like, because nothing is planned here, especially with regards to the question. But were there, you know, like, given COVID, and you mentioned that, but given the pandemic, were there any opportunities, you know, like, that were brought because of the pandemic, or challenges in the context of your strategy implementation? I mean, your department was on the forefront and continues to be on many issues. And if it's the case, what were they, and how have they affected your work going forward?
So if we all remember March of last year, and there was lots of call out that was going on from the government to industry to say, how can you pivot and spin up manufacturing to support PPE? All of that information was actually coming to ISED. For domestic capacity. And our industry sector created a SWAT team that was focused on the Made in Canada initiative to support PPE. But all of a sudden, they were being inundated with data, and they weren't necessarily ready to receive it. So we had a fantastic opportunity within the data office to be able to work directly with them to create models. We looked at their intake. We were able to automate it. We were able to embed standards. We were able to look at storage of data. We were able to look at interoperability within the data set within ISED. But also then, if you think about the broader initiative, we were able to work with them to show the importance of being able to share the data across other government departments. So I think of, you know, the COVID Secretariat that was set up at Health Canada, and how they coordinated our efforts to make sure that, you know, from a manufacturing side, we were working close with PSPC. From a standard side, we were making sure that it was integrated to the approach that StatsCan was taking. And then it started to feed into all of the supplies that needed to happen that were being distributed by the Public Health Agency of Canada. So it was a really great opportunity for us to showcase why you need all of these. And I kind of call them the boring parts of a data strategy. When you're trying to get people on board to talk about the importance of data, it's not necessarily sexy to talk about a data standard. But when you get to the point that you can show why you need to collect the business information in a standardized fashion, or you need to collect information about PPE in a standardized fashion, it's amazing what the turnaround can be. And it was just an amazing opportunity for us. And it's actually created a lot of momentum behind the work that the data office is doing within ISED.
Great, thanks, Julie. And I will not follow the script, colleagues, because we have about 5 minutes left. But what I would like to do is to turn to each of you for no more than a minute, and to ask you, you know, what is it that you would like, you know, like people who are listening to our presentation to take away from this discussion, from your own perspective? What are the one or two things that you think, you know, like they should leave with or think about as key takeaways? Who would like to start? Jamie, go ahead.
So we're lucky because this conference is not just federal people. So I would like to have a message to non-federal people. One is we want to work together with you. And for you young'uns who are data science and data madmen, we want you. Join the public service. There are plenty of opportunities here. And whether you're into socioeconomic or science, data is the new gold or the new black. I guess Alain's wearing black. I'll say the new black in fashion. So we're really, the government is hungry for you. And we really need to recruit and retrain you. But we also need to train you civil servants too, with the right skill set. So that's a theme that came up. But I think if I wanted any message to go out to those non-feds, it would be that. Thanks.
That's a great message, and I would agree with that. Who wants to go second? Tom.
Great pitch, Jamie. If I had one message to pass, is that now we're moving into the next phase. And we've talked a lot about putting some blocks together, acknowledging a lot of really important things. As a federal government, we need to start moving forward on some of these things. We use the word double down quite a bit, but we've talked a lot about making sure we go from talking about standards to actually adopting standards, building these into our systems, and moving forward. We talk about, everyone's going to acknowledge the importance now of integrating data, sharing data, and all those things. We need to put those mechanisms in place and start making that happen. That would be my message, Alain.
Merci beaucoup, Tom. Un très bon message. Who wants to be the penultimate? Julie?
So those are fantastic. The one takeaway that I think people should have is remember your client at the end of the day. So your client is the people in your department. It is your colleagues. It's your ministers. But at the end of the day, it's Canadians and Canadian businesses. And so it's making sure that you are actually upholding the integrity of the data, you're treating it ethically, and you're actually really leveraging it to get value out of it. And I think that's the biggest takeaway for me.
Mm-hmm. Again, couldn't agree more. Danielle, you have to top this off.
I'm going to agree with everyone. And my key takeaway would be, we've referenced, the amount of work that's to be done, but it's just having that mentality that data is a strategic asset. And we make that investment when we talk about our people. We make that investment when we talk about our money. We have to, as Julie just said, we have to think about this as another means of attaining our mandates and delivering for Canadians. And it's one of those assets, just like those other two.
Great. Well, colleagues and friends, as you can see, I think we were very privileged to have, 4 extremely knowledgeable and thoughtful panelists here today. And I think these are great key takeaways that, we should reflect on. We all talk about the importance of data, and we know that it's just going to get, more and more important. Think about today in terms of how data is at the core, is at the center of every single disruptive technologies. And it will just, accelerate greatly. We as a government need to be better equipped and better knowledgeable and use it, more strategically and tactically in order to be ahead of the curve and to provide the best advice possible. It's about our ability to provide advice. It's about our ability to support Canadians. It's about our ability to support individuals, businesses, and so on. So from a socioeconomic perspective, as Jamie mentioned earlier, it's all about that. Not to say this is at the center of it, and some of us, are data geeks, and we love that, but it's so critical. Donc, j'aimerais que vous pensiez.
So, what will you do differently when you go back to your office? Following this session today and following the conference the next few days?
What is it that you're going to do differently, individually, collectively, or within your organization? How is this going to affect and change the way you look at data? And don't just think about it. Do it. Right? Faut le faire. Faut changer.
You have to act. You have to change. I'd like to thank every one of you, panelists and organizers. This is really an important moment for us to reflect on the importance of data.
My colleagues, that you've learned a few things today and that will allow you to take a pause and reflect upon the conversation today. Sur ce, merci beaucoup.
That being said, thank you.
I'm gone. very soon. But merci beaucoup à tous. Have a great.
Thank you.
Colleagues, thank you again for taking the time to be on this panel today. Merci beaucoup, tout le monde.
Merci.
Thanks very much. Merci.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Welcome to the Data Quality and Data Stewardship panel. Today, we will focus our discussion on how data quality can be achieved through data stewardship. Data quality is a foundational element for any data strategy, and many organizations are formalizing and relying on data stewards to advance this agenda. My name is Sébastien Florent. I'm the Director of Data Governance and Partnership at Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Canada, and I'll be moderating this panel. I'm very lucky to be joined by Anton Basilev, the Manager of Data Management at the Department of National Defense, Jane Lin, a Governance Analyst at the Department of National Defense, Crystal Stewards, Manager at the Office of the Chief Data Officer at Statistics Canada, and Lauren Aldwinkle, a Senior Analyst at Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada. For this panel, we will be using WooClap to take down questions. WooClap is an online application. You can have access to it via any web browser at wooclap.com, and the password is data, D-A-T-A, 1801. The panel will start off with a short intro by our various panelists talking about how their organizational journeys have moved forward in establishing data stewards. We'll start off with a few questions on our side and then open it up to the floor. So, without further ado, I will turn over to Lauren.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Lauren Aldwinkle. I'm a data governance analyst at the Department of DFO. So today I basically want to discuss what we're doing with respect to data stewardship and data quality within the department. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So to talk today a little bit about our drivers, some of our journey in our data management activities to date. We have four main drivers here, as you can see. So the first one focuses on the data strategy roadmap for the federal public service. And that is regards to the need to become a more data-driven organization that systematically uses data for three main reasons, those being informing decision-making, so for example, the creation of new policies, programs, and initiatives, to evaluate our performance, for example, improving our reporting on results, and to improve service delivery to Canadians. So making sure that they have access to the data they want when they need it. The second driver was our DFO data strategy. Now, this was approved by our Data Management Committee on the 26th of September 2019, and it aligns with the TBS direction for the whole of government approach to data. So within the DFO data strategy, there's a need to account for and clearly understand what our data assets are within the department. We need to make sure that we treat data as a valuable corporate asset. And overall, we need to ensure that data is available, accessible, shareable, discoverable, interoperable, trusted and protected, and secure and ethically managed using an enterprise approach. Several reviews of data quality have occurred within the department, and they have indicated several recommendations. For example, the need for DFO to recognize the importance of our data as a departmental strategic asset. And there has been a lack of information for decision-making that has remained a mission-critical risk for the department for some time now, over several years. And finally, the last driver is the policy on service and digital, which most people are currently aware of. Next slide, please. Okay, we'll skip this slide. It's already been covered. Okay, so for 2021, some of our foundational activities that we're working towards implementing are establishing a data governance framework, launching a change management strategy. The focus for the discussion today will be identifying data stewards and establishing a data quality framework. We will also establish a data catalog and metadata profiles and develop a data and application management platform. Next slide, please. So I'm going to just touch quickly on this slide. So some of our accomplishments to date with respect to data stewardship and data quality. So we're in the midst of developing our data quality framework and finalizing that. And so far we've developed, a data stewardship implementation model. So currently we're looking at standing up the data stewardship and data quality programs. And we're looking at aligning our business area data model with data stewardship going forward. Next slide, please. So this diagram here illustrates the 5 standard data management roles DFO has developed to date. As you can see, we have the data steward, the data trustee, the data custodian, the data consumer, and the data contributor. Next slide, please. We'll skip this slide as well. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about our approach to data stewardship within the department. So currently, we're piloting a process for non-invasive data stewardship. So for those who know of Rob Seiner is the consultant that first coined this term in his book, Non-Invasive Data Governance. And those early efforts focused on the responsibilities of data stewards in the sense that they are engaged according to their existing responsibilities, as opposed to making them feel like we're assigning them more work. So what we want to do is work with the business areas to map out their business processes and help them identify their data steward positions going forward. So as you can see, this little chart here shows the different the process map that we will follow for implementing data stewardship within the department. Next slide, please. So in terms of data quality, on the left-hand side, we have a little process guide here that has been developed. So we want to start off by building our data quality framework and program. So like I said, the framework is underway. We're looking to finalize that shortly. Then we want to align with the principles, design, and some assessment tools regarding data quality. We want to craft our business and data sets relevant to indicators and metrics, test our methodology, conduct some pilots, and then refine our approach, our tools and guidelines. So currently, like I said, we're looking at the data quality framework. We're looking to develop policies, processes, and procedures as guidance materials. We're looking to enhance our data quality related literacy through workshops, training, and formal engagement. And we also want to engage the businesses and build partnerships to conduct pilot tests, build business rules, indicators, and refine the methodology and our framework going forward. Next slide, please. Okay, so we'll go to the next slide, actually. So I just want to recap, some of the ways that DFO is looking at further developing its data stewardship program going forward with the eventual development of a data stewardship network. So we're starting with a broad approach and collaboration, more of a bottom-up approach. So from the top down, yes, we do have our data management committee that is acting as a champion. From the bottom-up approach, we want to look internally and see whom already are positioned in an informal data stewardship role currently within the department. We want to identify the current informal processes being used to improve the quality of the data. And we want to support data stewards with the guidance materials necessary to formalize their position and these processes. So that goes back to identifying the stewards on a business by business area case. We want to set up the foundations. So just like in data quality, we want to establish our core processes, procedures, and tools to support the data stewardship function going forward. And one of our recommendations is to build incrementally via pilots. So you start small, you build the pilots to demonstrate value, so quick wins, as we could say. And then we want to expand iteratively via strategic onboarding, via the different divisions, units, and groups going forward. So that's it for my presentation for today. Thank you very much. We'll be open to taking some questions later if anyone has any. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Lauren. Over to you, Anton and Jane.
Hi there, thanks, Sebastian. So my name is Jane Lynn. I'm a data governance analyst here at D&D. I'd like to bring you to the next slide, please. So in 2019, D&D CAF published its data strategy. It's available for download, actually, in English and French. And if you go to the lobby of the conference at the virtual kiosk, you can download a copy there as well. I found out that today. It was very cool. So I'll just read you here what the vision is. So data are leveraged in all aspects of defense programs, enhancing our defense capabilities and decision-making and providing an information advantage during military operations. So there are 4 pillars of this vision. The first one is data management. The second one is data tools and environment. The third one is data literacy and skills. And the fourth pillar is culture. So today, we'd really like to focus in on that data management first pillar piece. So we currently have also a data strategy implementation plan in the works that describes how the 25 initiatives in the data strategy will be rolled out throughout the next several years. Next slide, please. Thank you. So data management. So the goal of data management is to manage data as an enterprise asset using well-defined plans and processes throughout the data lifecycle. And so the data lifecycle being used is the DM box, so the data management body of knowledge 2. So where you have like planning for data, creating data, use it sort of throughout the whole data lifecycle. And so currently we have informal governance here at D&D CAF where we hear a lot about silos and ownership, and we'd like to go towards that future state where we have formal data governance and a formalized network of stewards. As Lauren had mentioned earlier, we have sort of a non-invasive approach to our stewardship model. And in order to get towards the future state, the data governance framework that we have is key in formalizing this network of stewards. So it has been approved in principle in just this past fall, September 2020. And within the data governance framework, there are sort of 3 Ps and an O. So yes, 3PO. So we have like the policies, which is kind of like our administrative muscle. It gives DIA the functional authority over data management and analytics. In other organizations, you may have other internal policies as well, like other directives. People, so formalizing that network of stewards, and the governance framework really describes those roles and responsibilities. And as Laura mentioned earlier, it's non-invasive so that we envision the stewards being at the director level, an EX1 equivalent on the military side as well. One of the reasons why is that not only will they know their business, but they'll be able to take decisions on data management within their domain. So, for example, within infrastructure and environment, we have a champion there who's our data steward at the EX1 plus level, and they have the subject matter expertise. It's a non-invasive approach, and so when we talk about processes, we'll be able to engage with our stewards and make sure that those processes in which we govern are informed by collaborations with them. And so the O part is the operating model, which is a federated model where DIA is Data Innovation and Analytics is working with IMIT, our partners in legal, and then so that's the hub, and the spokes are the 8 initial domains that we've identified. They're infrastructure and environment, material and asset, finance, D&D employee management, military, personnel, safety and security, corporate administration, and IMIT. So those are the 8 domains that we've identified using a non-invasive approach. So the other thing that we've learned throughout our engagement processes with our business lines is that we've found that we've heard that there's a lot of silos, and accessibility is a huge issue. So next month, the Data Governance Working Group will be stood up, and we'll be able to sort of test drive the framework and make sure that it meets the needs of its users. So we'll be able to do that through use cases, and over the next several months, try out the framework and make adjustments where it's needed before we seek defense data management approval in the spring 2021. I think that's the main thing is the data governance working group. We want to make sure that if we break down those silos, that D&D is a huge, complex organization. So I think it's a really great step, and we're really excited to work with our champions across these 8 domains. I will turn it over to Anton, who will speak about data quality. And oftentimes it's like there's no sort of governance without data quality, and there's a bit of a symbiotic relationship there between. Oftentimes it's the canary in the coal mine when we have poor data quality, realize we need stewardship, and vice versa. So over to you, Anton. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Jane. So that's a great introduction and to the world of data governance at D&D and CAF. And I completely agree and support what Jane said about the deep-rooted synergies and interdependencies between the data quality and data governance practice and stewardship. As also Jane indicated, data management is recognized as one of the key pillars of the D&D CAF strategy, and data quality is one of the, I would say, key components of the data management pillars. So, and our main objectives from the point of view of the data quality is to recognize and manage our data as an enterprise asset and institutionalize the processes related to data quality through the data governance and link those data quality processes with the data governance processes. So, of course, that can only be done with the deep-rooted relationships with the data governance practice and as well as the deep understanding of the tasks related to the data stewardship organization. So, and of course, that will help our next key task within the data quality area, which is to build the data literacy so that defense team members can use data to create value within the D&D and CAF. So, we're also looking at the creating of the culture where data is leveraged in all decisions and all personnel are held accountable basically for their role in the management data. That's why again, I will reiterate the stewardship framework is so important, and the role of the stewards within the data governance practice and processes are key. So, excuse me, one of the 3 data quality outcomes that have been linked to the pillar of the data management can be summarized in our understanding as the improved ability for the of the defense members to evaluate, understand, and use data, including for the decision making, of course. Increased agility in providing new and enhanced data-driven capabilities, improved ability to report on results, effectiveness, and efficiency of the D&D and CAF programs. And when I indicated the enhance and improve the data-driven capabilities, so that speaks a lot to what Jane raised through her introduction, which is the silos that we do have within the D&D and CAF, and elevating the need to interoperate between those silos and understanding the premise for the interoperability. This is the part and parcel of the data quality work and, of course, the work of the data stewardship and the data governance. So, and as I said, data quality is a pillar of the success to the data management organization. And essentially, data quality is pivotal to ensure that the data is able to be leveraged for the purpose. Because ideally, we tie in the work related to the data quality with the work that we do within the areas of the information and data architecture, and we operate and we understand what is the value of the data and information that we drew from the exercise of the information data architecture and the following governance of those artifacts. So the data quality will also ensure a consistent and repeatable approach to support the key goal stated within the approved and governed D&D and CAF data strategy, which is management of the data as an enterprise asset using well-defined plans and processes through the data lifecycle. So this is kind of a loaded statement, but it has ingredients that are very key to the organization, and not only to the business and IT stakeholders, but also to the recognition of the life cycle of every aspect of the work that is done within the data, and understanding and giving that knowledge back to the business so business could take the right decisions with respect to the data and information is key. So if we were to talk about the business values that are representative of the data quality, I would say that we would start with the defined individual business and group level roles and responsibilities and accountabilities. This is part and parcel of the data stewardship organization. And when we bring that to the data quality aspect, so it gives us a much more kind of tangible understanding with respect to the particular bodies of data and information. And it helps to understand if there's any interdependencies between the data and or information that can exist, and if they would be require additional attention and or understanding and or management. So data quality and data governance operating model for the common data quality and data governance rules yields better data for better decisions. That's hands down. So if we invest right into the understanding of the data, into the quality of the data, so the decisions and results and resultant data will be of much better quality. So needless to say that we'll also go through the recognition of the horizontal business use cases for the master data and reference data. And with the data quality married to those initiatives, so we are looking at the gradual data redundancy elimination due to the application of the data quality processes and rules into the bodies of this type of work that we'll be doing. So, and I guess that's it for me. And over to you.
Thank you, Anton. Let's turn over to Christelle.
Thanks very much. Very happy to be here. Thanks so much to IRCC and the school for managing, arranging, presenting such a great data conference. So we're paying close attention because next year it's going to be us with the school. So lots of lessons learned, I'm sure, but super fun. We're a data organization, so we're data junkies. So you guys are our people for sure. Next slide, please. So I was really fortunate to be part of the team that worked on the contribution to the data strategy roadmap a few years ago. And then I had the pleasure of holding the pen on the StatCan data strategy. So having never written a data strategy before, working with data my entire career, I was really looking for some inspiration. So one morning, a friend of mine put this quote up on a social media site, and it really spoke to me. For me, it was the epitome of everything we are at StatCan. The power of data, the power of high quality data to respond to the ever-changing needs of Canadians, to drive insights, to influence policy, to provide services, and ultimately to make the lives of Canadians better, because that's what we're there for. I felt like when I was writing the StatCan data strategy, I was like, this is who we are. We pride ourselves on being a trusted authority on high quality data. We trust, we're who Canadians go to when they want high quality data. And more, this is what we do in collaboration with all of you in the data community. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, I held the pen on the StatCan data strategy. But I did not write this data strategy alone. I had 5,500 people that were working on this with me. So that's pretty much everyone at StatCan. So we were well on our way. We had been on a modernization journey for a few years before this, pathfinders, measuring things we were never able to measure before. And so when we were crafting the data strategy, it was really written by us and for us. So what do we need to do to move forward? It sets the stage for where we want to go to continue to provide high quality data and insights on what's most important to Canadians. What do they want measured right here, right now? It also discusses in detail how we will accomplish this by leveraging new data, new tools and techniques, new methods, and of course, new partners. We, like many other statistical agencies around the world, we're moving from being data providers to being service providers. And what that means is sharing our expertise and our knowledge on data foundations, things like data standards, quality frameworks, statistical methods, data science, and of course, world-leading privacy protection protocols and methods. Next slide, please. So this session is really to talk about data stewardship. So, and what does a good quality, a good data stewardship framework look like, and how does it ensure good quality data? And there's definitely not a one-size-fits-all. We've all got very different mandates. We all have very different needs vis-a-vis data, and we're all at very different places in terms of our data maturity. So I'm going to share very briefly on this one slide, which is supposed to demonstrate everything we do at StatCan. So our definition of a data steward is anybody that has anything to do with the care and feeding of data. So for us, that's everybody. We're all data stewards. We all steward data somewhere along this data life cycle. And, you know, different parts of your career, you may be doing different parts of this. You may be doing all of it at once. You may be leading on stuff. You may be contributing on stuff. You may be researching on stuff. But this is really everything we do. So very simply, we gather data, and more, we're ingesting administrative data. And what we mean by that, we're trying to leverage data that's already out there in the data ecosystem, but leverage it for needs for which it wasn't intended. So lots of data cleaning, lots of data wrangling. It includes data from other organizations, web scrape data, crowdsourced data, data from sensors more and more. And of course, we will still use surveys to bring in data for which we cannot find already in the ecosystem. We guard data. This is a big one for us. So protecting sensitive private data and ensuring confidentiality is at the core of everything we do at Statistics Canada. We're moving to cloud like everyone else. We're continuously researching leading edge methods for protecting our most valuable data assets, our data holdings. We grow data. So this is the really fun stuff. So this is the wrangling. And we're doing more and more of this as we bring in more and more data assets that are already in the ecosystem. That really dirty, messy, unstructured data. Really fun, but really difficult to work with. So the more you use data, the more value it has. So we clean, we process, we standardize, we integrate and link. That's really the future for us, measuring things that we were never able to mention before by bringing in new data, cleaning it, and linking it to other data assets to produce new outputs, to continue to measure what's most important to Canadians. And finally, we give data. So we release data and information every single morning on our website, and we call it something called the daily because it goes out every morning. We often lock up in the middle of the night with media, with journalists to help them write stories, and then we release the data in the morning. We stood up a COVID-19 data hub really quickly at the beginning of the pandemic. We released data tables, dashboards. We stood up a data geospatial explorer so people could look at data at their own community level. And we and all StatsCan employees are data stewards at some point in this life cycle. So this is the model that works for us. We're not saying it's the model that would work for everybody. But it's, like I said, a very simple way for us to present what we do, how we protect, how we grow quality, and how we continue to measure what's important to Canadians. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Great presentation by all of our panelists. And before I jump and ask some of my questions to them, I do want to remind everyone we have WooClap available. And if we can just bring that slide up one more time. So WooClap, it's wooclap.com, and the word is data 1801. So we actually have a bit of a different type of approaches amongst us on how we're tackling, but we all have our own data steward networks that we're putting in place. Lauren, I'll direct my first question to you. What are some of the challenges your department, and if others can complement with their own department, is facing in terms of its data stewardship and data quality efforts, as well as what are some of the best practices that you would suggest to help us move forward as an organization?
Yeah, thanks, Sebastian. So one of the challenges that we face at DFO is that we are a fairly decentralized organization, and as a result, we will probably have data stewards within different regions. So in that sense, it'll be really important to do a lot of engagement with our regional counterparts to ensure that the processes and procedures and tools that we develop for the data stewardship are used in a consistent manner within and across the department. So that's basically one of the main challenges we're facing. So, and in terms of some little tips when you're starting out in data stewardship, and I mentioned a few in my presentation. I think one of the main takeaways I've learned throughout my data management career to date is that you need to start small and then build incrementally. A big bang approach where you set up a data stewardship network and then do all this training. Traditionally, I found that approach sometimes doesn't work the best. So at DFO, we look a lot to develop pilots and test some of the processes and procedures with a small group of data stewards, look at some of the quick wins and build incrementally from there. I think that's a good approach, especially since we are decentralized. And the other thing is, for the Office of the Chief Data Officer, we want to really clarify our role in that we are there to provide support to the data stewards in terms of developing the tools, processes, and procedures that they require. We are there as a support function, and then the stewards actually will live in the different program areas. So we want to, make sure that we have a very strong support function in that capacity. I guess one of the other things I wanted to talk about is, the training for the data stewards will be really important. And we want to reiterate the fact of, or rather the non-evasive approach is that we're not adding a whole bunch of work to new responsibilities to a whole bunch of different people in certain positions. We're looking at the people who are already kind of informal data stewards and then formalizing their roles and responsibilities. And yeah, like I said, providing the support tools necessary to guide them. And the other thing at DFO is we want to talk about the data steward positions, not necessarily the people in them. As we know, there can be turnover and in lots of in any department rather. So the need to identify the positions where the will live will be something important going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren. Why don't I turn it over to Jane? You were talking about a bit earlier about the new framework that you're putting in place, something a bit more formal. And what are the biggest challenges in formalizing a network or of stewards?
Well, thanks very much, Sebastian. I guess every organization has its sort of unique challenges, doesn't it? Like Lauren was mentioning, at DFO, you guys are really decentralized. And so at D&D CAF, we're really we're a military organization that's really, it's a huge organization, probably the largest in the federal department. And it's also very complex. So we have about over 25 branches. And the tricky part, I think the challenge is that what we've been hearing from our partners in each of these branches is that whole idea of silos, accessibility. And sometimes these organizations, these branches, they operate almost semi-autonomously. So they'll have maybe their own IT infrastructure, their own, reporting, really interesting like reporting platforms, and they'll have their unique tools that others might not have access to. So that's what we've been hearing from our engagement sessions over the last few weeks. So I think accessibility is probably one of the biggest challenges that we have, and interoperability, like having different semi-autonomous like organizations using different data sets or not having access to each other's data sets. And that's one of the things that we'd like to, the end goal is like having data that's findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. So it'll be, I think, a very good session next month when we do the data governance working group. When we stand that up, we'll have the business lines there, and we'll have IMIT at the same table. Am I missing anything, Anton? Thanks.
No, you pretty much covered every aspect, and as you said, Jane, interoperability is a very current use case that we're looking at, and as the Office of the Chief Data Officer, we're promoting the atmosphere of the understanding of the business use cases, and we invite our partners to talk about the need within the specific L1s with respect to the data. And we take those candidate use cases, and we're working with our partners to find the horizontal applicability for the knowledge sharing and data sharing and interoperability opportunities. And we build on those on that knowledge in support of those business use cases by promoting activities within the stack of the data management to facilitate that work forward and to support ultimately our partners. So, and this work, of course, is iterative and continuous. As Jane said, our organization is very large and complex. And I also wanted to add that we are in the process of finalizing, and then we will be operationalizing the data quality framework component. So it will also be key to and in support of the interoperability and in support of the data governance processes. Over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Anton. I'll direct this one to Christelle, just on interoperability. Being at StatsCan, that is often described as a team sport. How can we as federal public service leverage the good quality data to ensure we provide powerful insight to drive policy, evidence-based policy, and improved services?
So I'd say that most of this, it already exists in our data strategies. After the publishing of the data strategy roadmap, one of the short-term objectives was that we all write our own data strategies. And because I held the pen on the StatCan one, I was just like a kid in a candy store when everyone started sending theirs to our chief statistician. And I received them all in my mailbox as well. And every morning I come in, I go, whose data strategy is there? And I was going through them, and I was reading what everybody was about to do, were planning to do, wanted to do next, who they wanted to partner with. And I was like, okay, that's it. That's the jumping off point. That's our path forward. That's how we can, we've all recognized some commonality that we want to move towards. And, it was really, really exciting. And of course, what's happened to us over the last year, the pandemic's been a tough teacher. And now we've got to evergreen our data strategies. So what did we learn? So we learned that we're all going to have to work together to provide solutions to data problems, to share and leverage experience. The definition of agility is don't build something from scratch. Leverage knowledge, experience, everything else everyone else has got. We have to work together towards common goals. Use data foundations, align to common data standards. I know it's the low-hanging fruit, but it's really important. Standing up safe and secure collaborative workspaces. We noticed that really quickly. So a really good partner like Shared Services, they really rose to the occasion, really helped us out over the last year. aligning to robust data quality frameworks like the one we have at StatCan, more and more disaggregated data so that data has more meaning. People want community level data. Telling people how many COVID cases there are in Ontario may not be that interesting when you're living in one small community. So more and more of that, and we've got to do all of that while maintaining trust, protecting data, protecting, looking at legislative frameworks. So really, what's in our data strategies, that's it. That's our way forward.
Excellent. Thanks, Crystal. Before I turn over to WooClap, I see that we have quite a bit of question. I have one last question for Anton. I'd be curious, what have you been hearing about data quality in D&D?
Well, the data quality is treated with a lot of interest, and as I have indicated, we have participated in the study within the department to look at the variety of the use cases, and what we have understood is that this forum allowed our partners to bring in questions that would otherwise would not be seen, because the data quality component wasn't so apparent. And then when those cases were compared, we saw that for example, lack of education on specific angles of the data use could potentially, resolve some of the issues. And, we also learned that, investing into understanding and common understanding of the data across the L1 would help our partners to reuse and interoperate. And it does, however, take iterations. And what the takeaway was that the investment into the data literacy, investment into the providing that opportunity for the partners to share their concerns about the data, and providing an opportunity to learn what can be done in order to better the data. This is extremely important going forward, and we will continue doing so, and we will continue promoting the data quality component as one of the key pillars to recognition of the data as an enterprise asset, and treating that as such means that the focus would be on the better quality of the data and information for all within the D&D and CAF. Thank you. Over to you.
Thanks, Anton. The first question I will take from WooClap is the one that had the most vote, and it's about something that Vic mentioned this morning. If you needed to work with another government department to collect, store, and share data, what questions would you be asking to assess their level of data stewardship maturity? What would you like to see TBS or others do to ensure that all Government of Canada and departments and agencies are resourced and motivated to achieve and sustain a consistent level of data stewardship? So again, how can we be sure when we're sharing the information or collecting it from another organization, how can we be sure that their data steward maturity is high enough so that the data standards, the quality, the integrity is present? And not to put StatsCan on the spot, but Crystal, any thoughts on this one?
Sure. So first and foremost, I would want to look at sort of their, their governance, look at their policies, their directives, their guidelines vis-a-vis data. So where's their data coming from? How are they storing it? What are their rules? Do they have rule and policy-based access to data? Where do they de-identify? Where do they hold their levels of data? Who do they give access to data? And for sure, we'd really want to look at their data quality framework. How do they attest to quality? Are they ingesting it from other areas? What are some of those protocols that, that they're using to govern their data through their data lifecycle? Things like retention, how long they're keeping it, how they're deleting it. The list would go on and on. They're kind of the basic things that we would look at. They're the basic protocols that we use when we're looking at data. For instance, when we ingest a new data asset, or we're interested in a new data asset out in the ecosystem that we may want to leverage to measure something, that's the type of stuff we do. We meet with those data providers, we go through that. The level of metadata You're often using data that was not created for the purposes that you would like to use it for. So really understanding that, understanding how it's already been processed before you're about to process it. And of course, the legal framework around that data. What parts of the data can I use or not use, and what can I use it for? Can I repurpose it? Can I aggregate it and release it? So, those are basically all of the things that we would look at.
Thanks, Rochelle. Lauren, Jane, Anton, anything you would like to add?
No, I'm okay at this time.
Yeah, I would say Crystal covered everything very well. I would just add that there's also a potential to once the stakeholders learned as to what they're interoperating on, if this is a continuous exercise, to use a construct in a form of either a reusable model. It could be a canonical model, or it could be a construct, something similar to what NIEM is, which is National Information Exchange Model. So with all the legal framework done, and with all the understanding around the data established between the stakeholders, if they agree to use that model, that would be great, because that would spell out the sustainability of that interoperability, and also the standard that would be introduced in order to support that interoperability going forward. Thank you. Over to you.
Thanks, Anton. The next question that I'd like to ask is around training. I know we touched on it very, very briefly, but some of our folks are asking, could the presenter touch on the training aspect of data quality, data stewardship within their own organization? How can the learning and development branches begin to tackle delivering training across a department when employees have different levels of data literacy and different usage of that data within their own roles? And I'll just add, and I'm actually quite interested because I'm going to be tackling that very question in the coming weeks. Not sure who we can start off with, but maybe I'll direct it to Lauren this time around. You mentioned not going with a big bang approach, but going with a more gradual one.
Yeah, thanks, Sebastian. So in terms of, we're starting to do some data stewardship workshops with some different business areas. And what we have found and learned during this initial process is that in order to provide training for a large segment of people across the department, we need to make sure that we start with, pardon me, that we start with, the basics. So for example, what is data stewardship? What are the tools, processes, and procedures that we need? Running through some use cases, or for example, like a day in the life of a data steward. What would a data steward be responsible for? Looking at some best practices, what is being done in other departments, stuff like along these lines, without getting into the nitty-gritty details of every single possible responsibility that a data steward has. I think, to engage a large, and these workshops, we've been having a fairly small-sized workshop to start off with our pilot. I think that is a good approach. We don't want to go too much into the weeds. We don't want to overwhelm people. We want to be clear that, when we're doing some of the training, it's not that we're adding tons of responsibilities and you're going to have all this extra work to do and stuff like that. So it's building on your existing responsibilities that you already have currently within the department. The goal, is not to hire people from the outside and bring them in to become data stewards. So I think that's one thing that's important to consider. So we're doing different levels of workshops. We're starting off with the more 101 on data stewardship. key roles and responsibilities. We also want to look at, the tools, like the OCDO will be assisting in developing some of the tools for the data stewards. So when we're looking, at some of the responsibilities that data stewards have with regards to solving data quality issues. So is there a form or template that, is filled out? How are people within the department submitting a data issue? What information is required? Do we have a centralized log for looking at these data issues and prioritizing them, looking at which data quality issues might have more of a risk impact, perhaps on operations along these lines? So there's a lot of tools and processes, and doing small little workshops and walking through examples that speak to the business area you're looking at. That also helps quite a lot.
Thank you. Would any of the other panelists want to add anything to this? Go ahead, Jane.
I'll just unmute myself there. So within DIA, we have our digital literacy and skills team. And so Major Jones, she's been working with the School of Public Service and the Digital Academy. And in the works, I think they have some planning for courses in sort of that Data Stewardship 101 course. And they've also got very interesting sort of community of practice at the kiosk. You can go and take a visit, have a look there. I think she recently did a bus rides as well, so working with Digital Academy for that. And for me, as when I started it in government at Statistics Canada, we had the ES recruitment and development program. And so they, as an ES or economist sociologist, you have training in survey skills development, that course, the data interpretation workshop, and you have the BEST course as well. So like Lauren mentioned, it's kind of impactful, especially for CAF, if you can use something that is like a business case or a use case that is particular to CAF operations and take them through sort of the whole data life cycle. Crystal mentioned that sort of, at StatsCan, we sort of, collect data, we describe it, we explore it, you may do modeling, analysis, and then tell the story, that sort of data journey. And so it's more impactful, I think. You can't really satisfy everyone's needs because it's very unique depending on where they are in the domains. But I imagine that a course like the one Lauren had mentioned, where you can sort of take them through different scenarios, use a business case, take them through the different phases, that might be something to try. And so I know Major Jones, she's working a lot with the school on this and developing some really cool products for CAF. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Jane. So why don't we move on to the next question? And this one's around data ownership. So my team is trying to establish clear data ownership and definitions between us and other teams. Are there any material or advice you could suggest for us to implement? And why don't we turn it towards Anton this time around?
Thank you. Yes, this is a very good question, and this is the question that we like to address the most every time we deal with the issue of data quality and data governance. So I would say the best way to address the data ownership is through the exercise of the information and data architecture, where you learn who are the business stewards of the information, and you start understanding as to what are the implications of that particular data or information with respect to the business processes that are at stake. And then that helps to narrow down any particular information with respect who should be deemed as the this particular business information or data steward. And then that particular business information or data steward can nominate the SME to look after that data, or it could be a joint ownership. Sometimes there are more than one area that would be responsible for that data, and then the precedence of the over the data would be decided by the adjacent business processes that would be benefiting from that data or information. So, and again, all of that is governed through the data governance processes, and all of these issues and or potential collisions on the business data stewardship with respect to any particular pieces and bits of data or information are brought to the surface when the data governance starts investigating and having basically going through the data governance process with these affected areas. Over to you.
Thanks, Anton. Christelle, Jane, Lauren, anything else to add on ownership and custodians? So why don't I move on then to the next question? How can we set up a data steward network? Where should we start? Are there any tools out there that folks could leverage that exists? And maybe I'll direct that one to Christelle in StatsCan.
Yeah, it's funny because at StatCan we have a little bit different concept about the whole stewardship thing than everyone else does. Like I said, we all consider ourselves data stewards at StatCan. And, you know, we all read the same books the rest of you have read, it appears. So the non-invasive data governance, disrupting data governance, data stewardship, those are really great resources. There's also all kinds of great webinars out there that you can watch where you can learn what other organizations have done, like what was their struggle, what was the problem they were trying to solve. And a lot of them are directed towards organizations that are not data organizations, where they're trying to spread the gospel that is good data management. So that's not our struggle at StatCan. We all get the value of data. We're all data junkies. So it's been a little bit different. It's been more of a stewardship journey for us of having an all of StatCan approach. So think StatCan first rather than my program first. And when you're that close to your data, you get really intimate about it. And you're like, this is the program I'm managing, and I work on the creation of the GDP, and it's really important, and I work on this, and these are my standards, and these are my frameworks, and this is what I do. Which may be a little bit different than another program at StatCan. So it's been more of that alignment for us. And, you know, when we all got our data on disparate servers across the organization, we sometimes reproduce the same things, run the same derives, et cetera, wrangle the data slightly the same way. We've needed to do that. As we move to cloud, we will no longer need to do that. So when our data is all in one place and when we have one version of it, and everyone can see what each other are doing, then that whole steward owner thing will become a little bit different for StatCan, because many times the steward and the owner are the same thing. Sometimes the owner was responsible for its creation, but they didn't standardize it. The steward worked to standardize it. But as we move forward, that may mesh together a little differently. And in fact, that might be the tipping point for all of us in the entire federal government. Once we're able to deal with some of those legislative barriers to sharing, I think about that future where one organization stewards some piece of reference data and we all use it, but they would probably be the steward and the owner. So that's kind of the way we see that lay of the land. It's not convincing people they're the steward or the owner. It's basically who's creating, who's using, who's reusing. And I think those lines will start to blur as we move forward.
So we only have 2 minutes. Any last point on this question from Anton, Lynn, or Lauren? Sorry, Jane. I'll take silent as everybody's good. So a big thank you to the 4 panelists here today. It was a very interesting conversation. I know I benefited a lot, and I'm sure our listeners did as well. Another really big thank you for the data conference organizer, both at the school and at Immigration, Refugee, and Citizenship Canada. Great way to pull it off on this COVID virtual world that we currently live in. Stay tuned. I believe in 1 minute, we will be moving towards the closing remark, and it will be on this stream. I do invite everyone back to wonder.me if they want to connect with others, if they want to continue the conversation. It's a great platform. It's accessible directly on the link at the top of the agenda. Thank you, everyone.